ya shilingi 100 na kuwaambia watuimbie na watutafutie kura. Tunataka saa hii, wakati hakuna kampeni, tuwezeshe watu wetu wapate nguvu kidogo ya kujifanyia mambo yao, ya kutafuta riziki, ndio wapate nguvu na wawe na maisha bora zaidi, ili nchi yetu iwe ni nchi ambayo iko na usawa.
Kindiki further touted President William Ruto's achievements, saying he's reduced unga prices and stabilized the economy that had been severely disrupted by the coronavirus pandemic.
Ndio ujue kuna kazi imefanyika miaka 2 sasa. Ile shilingi moja ya Kenya, ile shilingi ya Kenya ambayo ilikuwa inagharimu shilingi 167 kupata dola moja ya Marekani, leo hii unahitaji shilingi tu 129 kwa dola moja. The shilling has strengthened in the last 2 years.
The Ministry of Cooperatives and Micro, Small and Medium Enterprises Development has announced a 3-month suspension of the registration of new savings and credit cooperative organizations or SACCOs. Cooperative CS Wycliffe Oparanya said the suspension will be in effect while a committee of experts reviews the situation. The ministry has also introduced 2 institutional bodies aimed at improving governance, accountability and regulatory reforms within the cooperative sector. The bodies include a committee of experts tasked with reviewing the SACCO Societies Act and a new transition board for the Kenya Union of Savings and Credit Cooperatives. The objective of these initiatives is to align cooperative financing with global regulatory and governance standards. Mumia's East MP Peter Salasia has condemned what he termed as political intimidation 2 days after he was released on a 200,000 shillings cash bail in a hate speech case. He was addressing supporters in Nanyuki, Laikipia County on Wednesday. Salasia, who last month declared his intention to run for president in 2027, said he was arrested in a barbaric manner and asked Inspector General Police Douglas Kanja to take action against rogue officers.
Kama mnaona ya kwamba tumekosa mahali, andikeni kwa mtandao, chapisheni kwa mtandao ya kwamba Peter Salasia unahitajika pale katika makao mkuu ya criminal investigation saa fulani, ili ya kwamba nisipoenda Wakenya watajua ya kwamba tulimuita akakataa. Lakini kushika Mkenya kama ramia, kama ule jambazi, kama muuaji, hiyo ni hatia kubwa sana mbele ya Mwenyezi Mungu.
A meeting meant to soothe tensions between the US and South Africa instead spiraled as President Donald Trump put his counterpart on the defensive with claims that white farmers in his nation were being killed and persecuted. On Wednesday, a week after the US granted asylum to nearly 60 Afrikaners, a move that rankled South Africa, President Cyril Ramaphosa visited the White House to reset the country's relations. Instead, Trump surprised Ramaphosa during a live news conference with wildly discredited claims of a white genocide in South Africa. He played a video showing an exhibit during a protest of several crosses lining a road, claiming they were burial sites for murdered white farmers.
You're taking people's land away.
We have not.
From them. And those people in many cases are being executed. They're being executed. And they happen to be white, and most of them happen to be farmers. Mm-hmm. And that's a tough situation. I don't know how you explain that.
Our government policy is completely against what he was saying, even in the parliament.
But you do allow them to take land.
No. People who do get killed, unfortunately, through criminal activity are not only white people. Majority of them are black people.
That's the news wire. I'm Edwin Lisamira.
.5 Spice FM, Kisumu.
The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on Spice FM.
Good morning, and I love your show.
Thank you.
Having come from a Kikuyu radio background, I migrated to Spice because of the content.
I was born in a slum, but somehow I I got a break in life. So sometimes when you see the sweating coming out because of the passion and whatever it is, behind the noise, there are people. And we share the same umbilical cord.
It shouldn't be like that. I am so disappointed. We used to tell Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga that he's doing politics of conmanship. And even President Uhuru Kenyatta, serikali hii ndio iko na conmanship ya hali ya juu. You cannot promise people that you reduce tax, then you double.
In politics, there is the issue of trust. For you to turn around and then stab the same people who gave you that trust, there is no other level of dishonesty. Imabo, utaona dunia tu.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
Waliletea fujo Moi mpaka wakapata cooperation. Wakakuja wakasumbua Kibaki mpaka wakachukua nusu mkate. Wamekuja wakazungusha Uhuru hapo mpaka wakaenda na handshake, program yetu ikapotea, BBI ikaendelea, tukazama, tukaingia kwa madeni. Sasa mimi nimewaambia, hii serikali hii, mimi nawaambia hii serikali ni ya mahasla. Hakuna nusu mkate, hakuna handshake, hakuna hiyo borojo.
Jana nimeona wale wazee tulishinda. Ati hiyo mzee akisema ati he will not be coerced or intimidated to joining our government. Wewe mzee sikia. We have no business within our government. Hatuna haja na hatugojei wewe. We are not looking for you and we have no time. Stop saying that people can force you to come to this government. Forget about being forced or coerced. We are not interested because sisi tuko na kazi ya kufanya.
Kama kuna mtu ako na namba ya William Ruto, arekodi hii video mtumie. Maisha yangu tangu nizaliwe sijawahi kuona mtu muongo, mfisadi, baradhuli na mdhabina kama William Samoei Ruto.
Mimi Hassan Joho nikitaka kuongea, mimi I don't even dream of engaging with them. Ati huyu akitaka aje ongee sio na mimi niongee na Ruto nini? Mimi nikamtafute atanipa nini? Wilbaro.
I wonder.
Nilipeleka Wilbaro mimi la kimtaani la kucheza nalo zamani.
We have a choice to reject over 60% of these names or give President Ruto his skunk. Apart from a few individuals who are not even more than 8, the rest are incompetent, unqualified, have integrity issues, are people who cannot deliver this country from where it is to the next level that we want the country to move in.
A few moments later.
Now forwarded the name of John Mbadi Ngongo to the Ministry of National Treasury and Economic Planning. The Honorable Hassan Ali Joho, Ministry of Mining, Blue Economy and Maritime Affairs.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
In this country, 6 families and 8,000 Kenyans control 90% of the GDP. We are not a country. We are a plantation. We work for Ruto.
When you're telling the judges court orders are papers or they will not obey court orders, they're sitting and you're seeking orders from them. So how are they supposed to interpret it? Isn't it an oxymoron?
When you see a judiciary that seems to be under some control somewhere, you start questioning. We have very powerful governors, but they don't use their offices to serve the people.
If you are not shameful to do what you are doing, why should we protect you?
I'm human. Everybody's human. So when you're told, kuja tuongee, I mean, you'd be a fool to say, staki kuongea today. Conversations have to be had, you know?
People in leadership should only go into leadership if they are ready and willing to change the lot of the people.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
One of the things that are ailing our country is negative ethnicity. You find you as a state officer, instead of thinking as a Kenyan, you think like a tribal person.
Let me tell you something. The biggest problem we have had in this country is a leadership deficit. There is nothing that you are going to do in the process of change if you are not a risk taker. So you really have to pursue your vision to a logical conclusion and even be ready to step on people's toes.
When it comes to the economy, you can run away with it. They say statistics are like bikinis. They reveal a lot, but they conceal the vitals. And so government people would throw statistics at you and tell you they're revealing a lot of information to you, but it's really concealing the real vitals.
We need to get out of that, because when we want to grow our democracy, one basic thing that really requires to be understood by the political class, by all of us, is institutions are critical.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
Traffic updates brought to you by I&M Bank, on your side.
Traffic.
Brought to you by I&M Bank, empowering you to achieve your dreams and secure your future with our financial solutions across Kenya, Tanzania, Rwanda, Uganda, and Mauritius. I&M Bank, on your
Mature,
side.
intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
It's 13 minutes after 6 o'clock, and it is Thursday, the 22nd of May. Like a joke, May is already doing the thing, and we're getting through it this morning. How are you? And guess what? Guess who's here? Da-dun, da-dun. That's all I have to say, and then he laughed, and then we know.
No, it feels like I was just here yesterday.
I know, but then 2 days is a very, very, very long time.
You're sounding like you want to roll a red carpet.
I was about to. It's just that the carpet in here is black, so I was trying to think, okay, very fast, and to think fast. Yeah?
I'm just trying to adjust again.
You're getting to
the mornings. For some strange reason, it seems to be working. I'm never an early sleeper, so... last night I tried. It
and
was
so now
really
that you tried, what time was that you slept?
That was 10:30, 10:45 thereabouts.
That's early.
For me, yes.
You're good though, Dennis?
I'm good. Can't complain.
Fantastic.
Yes.
So here we are. And also... Wanjiru Gikonyo is going to join us in a short while. She's going to be hosting with us today.
Yes.
And as we're going to get into some interesting conversations getting into Thursday. It is Justice Thursday. High Court judges have a thing or two to say, and we're going to hear from them today. And so that forms our Justice Thursday conversation. Wanjiru being one of those people who has taken many a petition before the courts. It'll be interesting to see how that conversation goes. Yes. Also... we will be having a conversation around issues having to do with what is happening in the East African region. Professor Peter Kagwanja is the CEO of the Africa Policy Institute. Many things have happened recently, whether it is what many would call a diplomatic faux pas when the issues of RSF and Sudan, and maybe even with Salva Kiir in South Sudan, and how all of this happened. Where is Kenya's position? Most recently, what we've seen with the issues around Tanzania and what President Samia Suluhu has said about, well, you guys have mucked up things in Kenya. Don't come and do it here with your activists. We're not going to allow that happen. And then we heard Prime Cabinet Secretary Musalia Mudavadi and also the CS for Foreign Affairs say a number of things in terms of, do you hold protectionism over your people, or do you seek to buddy up with your regional brothers and sisters? Which one is it going to be? Kagwanja calls it the transitional repression in East Africa. So that's a conversation that we'll be having with him at 9 o'clock. And then in the middle of it, at 8 o'clock, Dr. Irungu Kangata is the governor for Murang'a County. There's a bursary funds crisis. Surprise, surprise. And they're going to tell us what the problem is, what experiences that have been had, and then what possible solutions to this crisis. I already have a solution, but we'll talk about that later, won't we? It'll be interesting to see then what's happening in Murang'a. He seems to have a lot of solutions for things in the county. It'll be good to see what this particular one shall be. So that's what we have in store for today. Getting into that conversation, it'll be Ndu, Denis and Wanjiru with you this morning as we get into those conversations. So karibuni sana. We can already see you getting into the room today. So let's do this, guys. Buckle up. It's going to be a fun ride. This is the Situation Room. It's Kenya's biggest conversation. And as we get into things, how's about I share today's proverb with you. And I want to hear Denis's interpretation of this as we get into it. Sawa?
Which country are we on, by the way? Which country was it? Was it Mozambique?
It's Mozambique.
Oh, yes.
We are in Mozambique. So, here we are. If I can read this handwriting, that's like for a doctor. If your fire devours the grass. Okay, sorry. Let's start again. Fire devours the grass, but not the roots. That's what the Mozambicans have to say. Fire devours the grass, but not the roots.
Fire devours the grass, but not the roots.
Yes.
Speaks of, well, to me, I think because of how the week has been and all the events around the country, is where you try to find quick fixes for short-term problems, but you don't want to deal with the long-term consequences.
It's going to come back.
Yes.
It will grow again.
Yes.
Deal with the issue from the core.
Exactly. Exactly. And, speaking of the roots, there are roots that go so deep. There are trees that whose roots go so deep. So if you're thinking of digging out and clearing the roots, there's some that will take a lot of energy and effort, not just using an axe. There's some that will take 5 years, 10 years. Solutions to problems that have always been with us.
Indeed.
Yeah.
I mean, for sure. I just thought about that. Like when you burn off the top layer of grass, after some time, the new grass grows, so the roots are still there. So you could try to get rid of a problem without going deeper. Or you could say that what you're trying to do is to see new growth or to see new birth. And so you have to take off this top layer of nonsense so that you can see what really lies beneath, which is of good value, perhaps.
Oh, yeah, sure.
Yep.
Yeah.
What you look, Gikonyo?
Yes.
We were buying time for you to catch your breath.
I know. I apologize.
No worries.
Yes.
Are you a morning person?
Yes, I am, but not outside of my house.
That's a good one.
The process of getting outside the house at 5 a.m., that one is a challenge, I must confess.
Can I tell you what? So this morning, 5:10, the little kids outside waiting for school buses.
Yeah.
Yes.
I was freezing as I'm driving in my car, and I'm thinking, I don't miss school.
Yes.
That's torture. Little kids like 7, 8, 10
Yeah.
at 5 in the morning going to school.
You did 5 a.m. In my days, I studied.
No, I never did 5 a.m.
Yeah.
No, I never.
No, school was fine.
Yeah.
I think we left home at 7.
7:30.
7:30. Got to school, played.
Yes.
Yes.
Slept at some point in the afternoon.
Yes.
But
Didn't
kids-
have homework until, I think, class 6.
Oh my God! But you know what kids are doing now is that if they're out at 5:10, what time are they waking up to freshen up, to have a bath, whatever, and then have a breakfast or something, and then be outside at 5:10?
Out in the cold waiting for school buses.
And mind you, then they get into school and classes are at 6:30, 7 o'clock. They're starting at 7. That's what we're doing.
In fact, the education system should be such that you're able to take your child to a school near you for the early part of the education.
Yeah.
Because that cannot be healthy.
For goodness sake. And if you need a standardization of the education system so that you have a school next to your house and the school on the other side of the city is doing the exact same thing, has the exact same facilities, we could start a conversation about this today, and then you will see me possibly turning red. It's possible to happen.
Yes, it happens. Yes.
And you know the business, and you know this business of school buses. Yes. So you could have a school that's just next to your house, but the school will insist you have to pay for transport because your child has to be picked, and it's just next door.
Yes.
So there's that whole. That's a whole topic on its own.
Yeah, it's a whole topic on its own. My goodness, and we could really get into it. But I mean, we're getting into it today, and like we already told folks the conversations that we'll be having today. Good to see you, Wanjiru. And I know that you've been busy getting things. We want to hear about. It's interesting because we have a Justice Thursday conversation today, and from the High Courts, we want to hear what High Court judges have been up to, and what they're looking for in terms of justice and citizens' participation in all of this. And we know that's one of the big things for you as well. Right. But anyway, getting into those conversations this morning, which we will do. Today's probably heard it.
I did. Something about about fire and the roots.
Yes.
Right. Do you expect some wisdom from me? I have just said being outside of the house at this hour already is my achievement for the day.
You've done it. We give you your flowers. Well done.
Thank you.
Okay, so we always see you guys crawling into the room at this hour, and some people say that they're about to lose their jobs who live in the Western Hemisphere because they cannot end the day without at least tuning into the show. So that's a good thing. So saying hello to you guys today as we get into it proper. Yes. A very good morning to you, and we're saying a big hello from where we are. Don Salbo, you said it is sad and wild that our Minister for Foreign Affairs takes Tanzania's side on the deportation of Kenyans. Nani alituroga wa Kenya? Yeah, well, many questions to be asked about that. We'll be having that conversation with Prof at a later part of the morning. RACS says good morning. Michael Olande is tuned in from the land of 1,000 hills. Good morning, sir. Joe Mungai, we see you, and a very good morning to you. You said 2027 needs an intergenerational approach. Yeah, many would agree with you as well. Okay, good morning, Spice. Listening from Rongo, Paulo, we see you. Georgia Dimo, Paulo Cheng is also tuned in this morning and says good morning to everybody. Pauline Gadaiga is also tuned in and says good morning. And Festus Mulu is tuned in from Machakos. Leo, good morning to you. Yesterday was very interesting in the Senate as they showed how patriotic and motherland-loving citizenry they are, as they called for the disciplinary. Okay, it doesn't quite make sense, but I get what you're saying, Leo. I see you there. The Senate proceedings were very interesting yesterday with, senator after senator just talking about the fact that, look, certain things need to happen. Angor, good morning to you. Sad day, Manchester United lost. Okay, are we supposed to be sad? All right, we see you, Mbaga Joshua. Jimmy Monodi is tuned in this morning, says have a great day. Hisa Daniel is tuned in. Please say hi to all Manchester United fans. Hello. Wenzel Dashington says good morning. As usual, looking forward to a great conversation. We're here for it. Good morning from Doha. Benedito, you're asking why President Trump is treating Ramaphosa like that at the Oval Office. What? Then he could ask the question. First of all, is his office. Secondly, did you expect something different from President Trump towards Ramaphosa?
Trump is a showman.
Come on.
He's done reality TV. He's one of the old fathers of reality TV. So what do you expect?
What did you expect? Yeah. Exactly. I think the shock would be if he behaved differently. That would be the shock for me. It's like you say, it's normal for a dog to bite a man, but it then becomes abnormal when a man bites a dog. If it were to be a different kind of behavior from Trump with Ramaphosa, then we would be like, we would be in shock.
Yes, but the bigger issue with Trump, of course, is that he has an agenda, this America Agenda 2025, that seeks to remake U.S., the U.S. state, and shift power, shift boundaries. So for all his buffoonery, the agenda he's pushing is not a joke.
And he's not stupid either.
Right.
He knows exactly what he's doing.
And he knows people love to be entertained.
Absolutely.
And it's just that America now has a buffoon of their own after they've really had a high moral pedestal.
Yeah.
I mean, that he's like an Idi Amin with a good agenda, with an agenda.
With an agenda.
It's not a good agenda.
With an agenda.
So he can join the long list of buffoons and recognize it's not a unique African thing. It's about abuse of power, and it's about selfish financial interests.
It's a human thing.
That looks like Ramaphosa was briefed on how to handle Trump. Because if you look at how he managed to look at, how he addressed the issues that Trump was raising with all the pictures and video clips, and looks like that whole thing is it's turning to be like an ambush every time he meets a president in the Oval. Looks like it's an ambush. Just
dressing down.
Really. It doesn't
if you're
matter
not with me,
you're against me.
Right.
It could be Zelensky today. It could even be what would be American allies, Macron. It could be anybody. Right. And this is just the way he is because of that thing. Yeah. It really is make America great again. That's what his agenda is. And bully anybody
your way into the space. And of course, this is anger over South Africa's very clear position on Israel.
Exactly.
And Palestine. And, South Africa has come out as a leading country in this. It's managed to rally some of the other European countries because we are witnessing a genocide. And we are acting as though it is okay to cull an entire community.
That's true.
Yeah.
That's where we are. Quickly coming and saying, I can tell, saying hello, my prince. You're saying when the lion goes astray, all the other animals are king of the jungle. Is it? Good morning to you. Jambo from Fauna in Texas, says James Kamal. Robert Mbogo is tuned in here. Bernardito, yes, we see you. Nehemiah Movich is tuned in as well. Good morning, Spice, tuning from the UK. We see you one stop. Atieno, good morning. Salams from Kilifi. Good morning to you, sister. Daughter of Africa is also tuned in and says, good morning, blessed people of God. Good morning to you. JB Mutua says, happy Friday. Well, it's Thursday, but okay. Wow. Looking forward to today's discussions. I know. Quite optimistic. Good morning, Spice. How is CT doing? He's all right. Geraldino Chieng says, bonjour à toi. Salam alaikum from the Middle East. Wishing all Manchester United fans a calm day. I see you. Agola says, bonjour à tous. Je suis ici, mama. Good morning to you, sister. Eric O'War says, good morning. And Omondi says, good morning. Good morning to you. Eugene Odhiambo is also tuned in this morning, going through everybody. Duncan, John, Joseph, Zach, we see you as well. Dr. Venvik is here. Hey, it's been a minute. Where have you been? Patrick Mutinda is also here. George Okoh saying good morning to everybody. John Burrow is here. Agola says, I've seen Wanjiru. Karibu Dada, it's been a minute. You see, it's not just me.
Yes, that's an old timer with Spice.
Yes,
happy to be here and thank you for that.
Indeed. Joseph Gemma says good morning. Young Jedi is also here, and Bwangi Juma. So many people in the room this morning. Love it. Andrew Chira, Rocky Kinyanjui, Jeffrey Ongeri, Morris Andati, Robert Winston. Good morning to everybody. Bang Kibet says, good morning, my neighbors. Well, good morning to you too, sir. And everybody, karibu, as we get into it this morning. All right. We're going to look into the headlines of the bold newspaper, The Standard, and maybe at some point, Lydia, I know is somewhere there in the background. If we see the other papers, just let us know at some point. But I'll go through the headlines and then we can all go through some stories and discuss those a little bit when we come back from the break. But what the headlines? Number one, on the front page of The Standard this morning, fumbling Mudavadi. The sub there is bowing to brawn. A public uproar is brewing over Kenya after Kenya-backed Tanzania's detention and deportation of Kenyans, triggering a storm over the government's double-faced stance on regional relations. Even as activist Boniface Mwangi remains missing, the Prime Cabinet Secretary is applauding heavy-handed crackdowns in the name of neighborly ties, but plays host to dissenters from Sudan and the DRC. So where are we, is the question. Edwin Sifuna in the House yesterday said, our Minister for Foreign Affairs taking Tanzania's side on the deportation of Kenyans is wild. Who put these people in power, he asks. And this was the quote that came from Mudavadi. Edwin Sifuna was quite spirited yesterday.
He needs to internalize that. Who put these people in power? Their bumbling efforts at the election. There you go.
Musalia Mudavadi actually did say I will not protest that Suluhu's remarks because I think there is some truth. Let us face a few facts. The level of etiquette, insults that we see in Kenya is sometimes going overboard.
Whose words are those?
Those are Musalia's words. I would like us, when we discuss the story in a bit, to connect what happened with the deportation of certain individuals and this lack of etiquette that he's talking about. Did we see that there were insults back and forth between any Kenyans and anybody in Tanzania? Did we see that? Or was there a look for representation or camaraderie during Tundu Lissu's appearance in court on Monday? I would like to see the connection between what CS Mudavadi is talking about and what actually happened in Tanzania. And this is where the drama is coming from. All right, other headlines. Suluhu gets hostile global attention ahead of polls. We know that, she's poised to win the election, just from what everybody is saying. But it seems as though the world is doing a bit of a frown on her. Just when you thought it was safe to get out of the water, there's a crisis. And the hustlers have failed to pay 6 billion shillings in loaned money. Sawa. And Oparanya is having a bit of a thing about that.
Yeah, if that's a big issue, the slogan and the mantra of this administration was Hustler Nation. So first look at these representatives of the Hustler Nation.
Who are they?
How are they handling their money? Are they paying their loans? Are they getting their loans legitimately? This could be a character set from the very top.
Who is getting these loans?
Who is getting the loans?
Who is getting the loans? Because if you apply today, you get 500 bob.
Yes.
Who is getting these loans in millions?
We are watching the small guy, but what is the pace and character and standard that has been set by our esteemed leaders? Not justifying not paying loans, but sorry, Denis. Today, I think it's been too long. I'm like, hey, it all has to come out like now.
Please go on.
Let me give you one more headline, then we take a quick break and come back and look at these stories.
All right.
Just in case you thought that the hustler thing was an issue, there's an alarm. Now we are surprised. Over forged papers with public servants leading the vice.
Yes.
We had a conversation here with the folks at the EACC, and they know that number of people, that there are people they are being asked to pay in upwards of, did he say 14 million? No, 484 million shillings that they are paying back to the state because they received wages and on the back of fake or forged certificates.
They bought the position.
Yes.
Into the public service.
Yes, and they've been earning a salary for so long. And so they said, well, look, rather than you essentially, because forgery is, it's an offense, number one, that is punishable by fine or jail term in Kenya. So they said they get into plea bargain and they say, you know what we'll do? We'll pay you back this money and then we will relinquish the position.
Yes.
So they're dealing with a lot of that right now. But it is surprising that public servants are the ones who are leading in this particular vice.
Surprising?
According
Maybe the commentary.
Story.
According to the story.
According to this story, it's shock and horror.
Right.
So those are some of the headlines. We'll come and look at these stories piece by piece as we come into it. At now 26 minutes to 7. This is the Situation Room. Ndu, Denis and Wanjiru with you today. We'll get into more of these stories and take the meat off of them after we look at weather and traffic. Don't go away. We'll be back after this.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day. The weather with SpiceFM.
Okay, it's 17 degrees and found in Nairobi. 13 and 7.
Traffic updates brought to you by I&M Bank, on your side.
Traffic.
Okay, so what's traffic status this morning?
Updates brought to you by I&M Bank, empowering you to achieve your dreams and secure your future with our financial solutions across Kenya, Tanzania, Rwanda, Uganda, and Mauritius. I&M Bank, on your side.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
Wanjiru?
Hey. Ndu, where to start?
I'm telling you.
Am I reading a novel or am I reading the newspaper? This country of ours. I guess, okay, let me just get to it. Back to this issue of forged papers with public servants leading the vice. Of course, we know this is replicated in securing police positions, securing even school positions. So what we are saying is that this is a larger problem of state, these are symptoms of state failure. And so we now need to get to a point where we say, what do we do about this? In the case of the comments by the PS of the public service said that it's a grave issue of concern. It strikes at the heart of meritocracy, competence, and trust, and the trust citizens place in the public, in public and private institutions. And I'll say this is also a very ambitious and optimistic statement by the PS, because trust in the administration is at an all-time low on grounds of non-adherence to the Constitution on very basic issues from the very top. So it is messy. And then there are institutions here that are cited because the article goes on to say that the government's efforts to eliminate fake certificates. The government has set up a multi-agency team.
Oh, Lord.
Comprising DPP, Ethics and Anti-Corruption, DCI, National Education Council, and this Kenya National Qualifications of Authority. If you've ever engaged with that authority, you would know it is an exercise in pain, and you look at, is this how we waste our public resources? So it's a charade, it's a merry-go-round. It underlies, how do you fix a system that has the wrong people getting into high office? How do you fix a system when we've trashed Chapter 6 and what chapter is it? Article 232 on public service. So you're trying, then it's like the dam has broken and you've come with a bucket.
The water.
You've come with a bucket.
A spoon
to catch the water. Yes. Maybe the last comment that has to do with this East Africa, with this Tanzania incident, is this is the basis on which we have the protests, the revolution by the Gen Z, saying we cannot continue to do things this way. But the state has used these very institutions that are in the multi-agency, especially DCI.
I want to ask a question. For me, and I ask because it might sound simplistic, but my question is this. You know that this person is suspected of having a forged certificate. They have started the job they are working. Why is it taking so much time to then mop up that and sort that out? But beyond that, which premise has been set whereby folks believe that it is okay for you to present a forged document to start a job, right? And that you continue in that job? People are aware that this is not up to scratch, but then we allow it to continue. And then suddenly, when somebody has a prick of conscience, they say, let's do something about it. Then you bring people to form a task force. That's what we do. We throw task forces at things to almost legitimize the operation of doing something about it. But we know very well that it doesn't happen. Is it going to stop people from bringing forged certificates? No. There's a culture and a system of this impunity and really bad behavior that accepts it in the first place. And if this thing is systemized, if it is not sorted from the root, it's the proverb that we talked about. You can burn the top layer in this sense now, but are you dealing with the root of the problem?
You know, we need to look at the public service commission from the mandate it has and all the other institutions that are tied to it. For example, when it comes to vetting and doing background checks, number one, you're trying to verify academic and professional qualifications, all right? And when you apply, you can't, let's have this argument this way. You can't stop people from faking documents, faking certificates, but you have an institution that is supposed to do the background checks. Now, how do they do this? Now, the checks and integrity and criminal records of anyone making an application goes through several agencies. We're talking about EACC. We talk about the Directorate of Criminal Investigations, the DCI. You're talking about the Higher Education's Loans Board, HELB, and you're also talking about the Kenya Revenue Authority. Now, all these agencies have all our information.
Yes.
So when the Public Service Commission liaising with these agencies, they will obviously know. If you have defaulted on your loans, they will know. If you have a fake certificate, obviously they will know. If you have a criminal record from the DCI, your records will be presented. They know. So the question here is not that, like I said, I get shocked that people are shocked. The system is just was created to fail in the first place. It's not meant to work. And somebody is ensuring it doesn't work for whatever reason. And I'll give you another example. Without mentioning names, when this, like every other government, when a government takes over, what tends to happen is the people, my people, so we're talking about the person in power, my people have to be absorbed in some of these institutions. So what do? I go back to my village. I will gather everybody around my village who needs a job, whether you need to be a driver and you don't know how to drive. And it's happening in government today. Talk to government officials and they'll tell you. They keep getting letters that have reported to work. What procedure did you follow? This person did not even get a memo that there's a vacancy. So you have people sitting in government offices today, I'm telling you, today, who have no job because they were given letters and they were told, just present yourself. And they're earning a salary. They don't have proper documentation. So did these people go through this Public Service Commission? Do they go through the system? No, they didn't.
No, they didn't.
Can I say, I agree with you. And this is it's a recurring story. It's replicated at all levels, because we'll hear about this in some way at county level with county public service boards selling positions, the people appointed to county public service boards not being competent for the position, and then recruiting governors. In fact, the evidence shows that governors spent more in terms of HR expenditure, in terms of the county budget expenditure. One of the highest expenditures was on administrative staff. Instead of paying doctors, teachers, and, technical staff who actually do the work. So this thing of political favors is real, which means Kenya as a society is co-opted into this scheme because the community raises the money to buy those positions. Yes, sometimes it's not even the family. They're like, let us raise money, we buy that position.
So that our person...
the goodies will come back. So when you hear about corruption cartels sitting in various offices, this is the genesis of it. This is also replicated at the political level. We have a case in the High Court where we challenged the reappointment of cabinet secretaries secretaries last year.
Yeah.
Because we said the vetting process was a sham. Some of these cabinet secretaries had multiplied their wealth in amounts that were indiscernible or inexplicable, not only in a short time, at a time when the country's economy was doing very badly. So what is it they know? Are they, could we interrogate this? Others had really performed very poorly. Others had questionable credentials even going in. So if you're having political positions made in violation of principles of the Constitution, principles of basic ethics at the very top, you're sending a signal. Last point, Kenya then becomes a low-trust society, so that it is so expensive to recruit people that our hard-earned tax money, which is overtaxed, that is driving our business to the ground, is being spent vetting. So the fact that we've gotten used to these long systems of vetting, and there's vetting at every corner, is a sign that this is not sustainable.
It isn't. It isn't sustainable. It isn't.
It's sad to the extent that I remember a story I covered once of this one. It was a case involving a man who posed as a police officer, a very high-ranking police officer. Now, this officer, for over 10 years, he fired and hired police officers. He attended top security meetings and even flew in a police chopper with senior police officers. This is just one case of somebody who posed as an officer, fake papers and everything. You remember the fiasco when it was said that according to the Election Act, you want to be governor, you want to be senator, you must have a degree. You remember the scramble to get those papers, and what that led to, a lot of fake papers from universities outside the country which were not verifiable. So we are dealing with an issue that, for me, unfortunately, when it involves even promoting based on fake papers, what are we then speaking of the professionalism? What are we talking about when we reference public trust and also service delivery? Down the line, all these things, there's a trickle-down effect.
It'll catch up. It'll catch up, that's for sure. I need us to look at some other stories as well.
One point. Ndu, you talked about it's a system and a culture, and it is a system. This is very much linked to the police violence that we are seeing, the oppression of the police, abductions and the killings, and because this vice continues so that people can buy their way into state office to plunder, and the police, the security services, become the means to allow this to happen. So that is the system that we need to fix. So when we say Kasongo must go, we are ignoring the fact, yes, Kasongo must go, but there's a whole machinery that has enabled Kasongo to get there.
That's still existing.
That is still existing. Yeah. So Kasongo goes.
Then what?
Who comes next?
Yes.
Mudavadi was one of the frontliners of the NAC.
Well, it's interesting. Let's
look at the story. Where he is now.
Let's look at this story, because that's another one now making the headlines today, and I think it's a good segue into it, because Mudavadi stokes anger for backing Suluhu on arrests and deportations. What did he say? Let me tell you. Prime Cabinet Secretary and Foreign Affairs Cabinet Secretary Musalia Mudavadi's take on the plight of Kenya's human rights activists in Tanzania has exposed the country's inconsistency in standing with its citizens. Direct connection to what you're talking about. His comments have further raised concerns over the balance between trade relations and the protection of citizens' human rights. His surprising defense of Tanzania President Samia Suluhu following the detention and deportation of party leader and lawyer Martha Karua and retired Chief Justice Willy Mutunga, among others, casts the Kenya Kwanza administration as one that cares more about appeasing foreign governments than safeguarding its citizens' rights. He also defended the abduction of Uganda's opposition leader Kizza Besigye in Nairobi. Now, human rights defenders and a section of politicians have accused Mudavadi of trading Kenya's rights to be in good books with the country's neighbours, despite guarantees in the Constitution and the East African Common Market Protocol. So there's a document that guarantees these things that you're talking about. But here you are essentially, in no uncertain terms, saying that actually, you know what? Yeah, we've seen, this is basically what he said. that we've seen Kenyans lack etiquette even here, and the ways in which they've been speaking and pronouncing of things. Don't think that you're going to be able to go and do that in another country. Now, I have to ask myself, at what point did we see this behavior that we're talking about then displayed in Tanzania? Martha Karua and the two lawyers who were with her on Sunday were not even allowed to step out of Julius Nyerere International Airport. Did they speak to anybody? Did they say anything? The activists in question, now Bonnie Mwangi, who is currently missing, wanted to go to court as amicus one way, and he's not a lawyer, of course, but friends of Tundu Lissu. And we saw that David Maraga, emeritus, also was there, and Lissu, welcomed him, and they had a brief chat in court. But where did we see a display of what would be likened to lack of etiquette and bad manners that Musalia Mudavadi is alluding to here? Because he's connected to things, for me, they're not even they didn't happen. And so this is where the angst has come from. That how can you say that when it's supposed to have been guaranteed that there's free movement of persons within the East Africa community, and that on the Jumuiya platform that you can actually allow for this to happen? So taking frustrations that he may feel as a CS here and part of government, and then applying it to this situation, I think was misplaced. I think was thoroughly misplaced, because there's no connection for me.
I think there are two things here, and I agree with you. There is one, the Office of Foreign Affairs.
Yes.
So there is the office and what it stands for. Then there is the person who holds that office. I think in this case, he actually made statements that were not necessarily beholden to the Office of Foreign Affairs, but his opinion. And what is dangerous for me is the sentiments or lack thereof means that we are slowly, or rather quietly, aligning ourselves and signaling a political realignment with regional leaders in cracking down what they refer to as dissent. That's what you're saying. Remember, every embassy or consulate has an intelligence office. They will know what's going on in a country. And for some reason, in the Kenyan case, they see through us. They have seen through our issues. They've seen what the Gen Z protests. They've seen all these political debates. They've seen the anger in the country. They are seeing this. So what Suluhu in Tanzania is actually doing is playing into the politics that we have in the country. So my question is this. If these deported individuals were allied to the ruling coalition, would they have been treated any different?
Dennis, I don't know the answer to that question. Okay, possibly I do, because on one hand, I think I agree with everything you say, but I disagree that in this case there's a difference between the office and the individual. I think Mudavadi is marching on orders, and these orders are the Kenyan citizenry, our majority youth, have woken up and shown that they are a force. And using the streets, using social media, they have situated themselves in a position where they almost toppled Ruto. And if, depending on how things go, may succeed in making him a one-term president. In that, at the height of the Gen Z protests, this youth revolt captured the imagination of youth in Uganda. Tanzania, of course, is a bit different. We didn't hear that, kind of great outpouring. And you remember the youth in Gen Zs in Uganda also protesting and saying that they'll march there as well.
Yes.
So what has happened, I think, with the East African leaders is in violation of the East African Charter. Because there is an East African Charter that enshrines these principles and these values of democracy and, like you said, values of the mutual support. In violation of the spirit of the East African Charter and the principles of the East African Charter, they are cracking down on dissent. And they identify these people, and these are eminent people, Martha Karua, Justice Maraga. Boniface is a key leading...
Former Chief Justice Mutunga.
Yes, how can I forget?
Yeah.
These are eminent African leaders. How dare they humiliate them like that? What is this that they are defending their countries from? Now, we have a generational transition that's happening across the globe, and in Africa, this has been cited a ticking time bomb.
Right.
And these are the steps of leaders who are desperate to hold on to power and are not adequately responding to the realities in their countries. The question becomes, in my view, is will Suluhu succeed? She may hold on to power, but will she maintain the legitimacy? Because this action, I'm sure, will also have a ripple effect. Every action has an equal and an opposite reaction.
And in no uncertain terms, she then made her position very clear on this on Monday when she was at an event. And this actually then goes into maybe the last story that we'll look at, because she gets hostile global attention ahead of the polls. The statement that she made yesterday said two things. Number one, that she does believe that in the region, Tanzania is the progressive economy. Number two, she also feels that the behavior, quote unquote, of Kenya in the recent past has placed them in a position whereby the arena is already sullied. She said it. You have messed things up there. Don't come and do it here. We will not agree to that.
No, actually, she went further to say, you've been tamed.
Yes.
To just interpret what she was talking about in Swahili now to English. Those people who have been tamed in that country, causing drama, they cannot bring that
here.
Telling you what, they are aware what's going on in Kenya. They know the suppression going on in Kenya. So that can't be extended in our country. That's what essentially she's saying. And which leads me to the whole idea of there's progress that Kenya was making when we talk about, despite challenges in terms of human rights, the culture around human rights. And Kenya was seen in the region as a leading force, if you compare Kenya to Uganda, obviously, and Tanzania. Now we seem to be folding back, and they're picking leaf from what's going on in Kenya, and it almost feels like at the top level there's a realignment to try and, deal with people they will refer to as dissidents.
Yeah, interesting that one talks about Tanzania as the economic destination. That's a different conversation, and it's a very important conversation because Tanzania has benefited a lot from indeed political unrest in the country, high taxation, and a kind of hostile business environment, high levels of extortion and corruption, so that investors say, investing in Kenya is very insecure and very unsafe. And that's a democratic governance issue. The issue of democratic rights and civic space is a different conversation. And in this case, she conflated them. Because yes, I agree, the East African leaders are looking and saying, we're going to be overrun and overthrown by these young people. Let us clamp down. So I think Tanzania, the question becomes, what happens in Tanzania when they see these kind of things? Because Tundu Lissu, of course, embodies the aspirations of the people of a section of people in Tanzania, and he's been oppressed, and the opposition has been denied the space to express themselves. So what's going to happen there? What's going to happen at the East African region? Because, and I think we'll have this conversation, like you said later, about the posture of this administration on democratic rights and trying to turn the Kenya into an authoritarian state, and using the leverage of its partners and engaging in positions that don't make sense, like they've done with Sudan.
These are the things that are happening. These are some of the stories making the headlines today, and that make for very ripe discussion and discourse. So we do here on the Situation Room. Good morning. It's 7 a.m.
Spice up your life.
Good morning, this is the Newswire. I'm Edwin Lisamira. 10 million Kenyans borrowed 6 billion shillings from the Hustler Fund and vanished. The government is now contemplating writing off the bad debts. Appearing before the National Assembly's Trade, Industry and Cooperatives Committee, the PS Micro, Small and Medium Enterprises Development, Susan Mangeni said Kenyans in this category borrowed the money once or twice in November and December 2022, immediately after the fund was launched. Mangeni explained that so far 53.8 billion shillings has been repaid out of 65.5 billion shillings loans taken, with the remainder either defaulted or borrowers increasing the repayment period. She nonetheless requested for 5 billion shillings in additional funding.
Those who are doing better, we need to enhance their limit. And the moment you enhance someone's limits from 500 to 10,000, you have to fund. And that's the reason why we're asking for additional funding to fund the 4.5 million that will be graduating to the bridge, but also at the same time also to take care of the new applicants who are onboarding Hustler Fund every day.
Lawmakers expressed concerns about the fund's sustainability, but Mangeni defended its performance and outlined several corrective measures, including the use of a tiered credit scoring system to segment borrowers based on repayment behavior.
Since we have graded these people, we are going to institute a mechanism of recovery through incentives and certain sanctions, like now blocking you from accessing those are the enhanced opportunities. If we were to do forceful recovery, again the challenge will be the law. So we're also looking at the law to see at what point can we introduce forceful recovery.
Githunguri MP Gloria Gathoniwa Muchomba and Kisii Senator Richard Onyonka are among politicians who've criticized President William Ruto's UDA party for expelling nominated Senator Gloria Orwoba. Speaking in Mombasa on Wednesday, the two leaders said Orwoba was being punished unfairly for associating with former Interior CS and presidential hopeful Fred Matiang'i.
This is an erosion of what we call the nationalism. When you start associating leaders with who they marry, who they sing with over the weekend, which church they attend to, I think this is an erosion of our nationalistic ethos.
Gloria is basically Fred Matiang'i's person that they have worked with before when he was in Jubilee, when he was working for President Uhuru. So when Matiang'i came back and she's coming there escorting him, Matiang'i hasn't even said he belongs to a certain party.
Orwoba said she's upset but unhinged after the High Court blocked her ouster as a senator. Justice Lawrence Mugambi issued the conservatory order on Wednesday, pending the determination of her application challenging her expulsion from the UDA party. Writing on Facebook, Orwoba suggested that she's in for the long haul as she fights to save her seat. This even comes as Senate Speaker Amason Kingi has officially declared Orwoba's position vacant and asked the IPC to begin the process of filling the vacancy.
Now, Honourable Senators, pursuant to the provisions of Article 101(2) of the Constitution and Section 16(3) and 37 of the Elections Act, I have notified the Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission, IEBC, and the political party concerned of the vacancy arising in the office of a member of the Senate elected under Article 98(1)(b) of the Constitution.
Orwoba's woes started when she took part in Matiang'i's homecoming events. Her party accused her of playing for two political teams simultaneously. The government has disbursed 22 billion shillings as capitation for Term 2. 1.4 billion shillings has been set aside for free primary education, 8.9 billion shillings for free day junior school education, 1.2 billion shillings for special needs education in junior schools, and another 1.2 billion shillings for free day secondary education. While making the announcement on Wednesday, Education CS Julius Ogamba said the funds will facilitate the smooth running of school activities and urged school heads to use the funds prudently. The fate of Boniface Mwangi, a human rights activist, remains unknown days after he was arrested in Tanzania as pressure mounts on Tanzanian authorities to disclose his whereabouts. Mwangi and Ugandan journalist and activist Agatha Tuhaire were seized from their hotel room at the Serena Hotel in Dar es Salaam on Monday in what human rights defenders are calling a flagrant violation of regional human rights protocols. On Wednesday, Mwangi's wife, Njeri Mwangi, broke down as fellow activists activists marched to the Tanzanian High Commission in Nairobi, demanding answers.
It is completely unfair. He fights for people all over the world. So it's not fair that they are holding him. Whatever they are holding him for, it's not fair, it's not right. They need to release him and send him home.
That's the News Wire. I'm Edwin Lisamira.
SpiceFM, Nakuru.
In this country, 6 families and 8,000 Kenyans control 90% of the GDP. We are not a country. We are a plantation. We work for Ruto.
When you're telling the judges court orders are papers or they will not obey court orders, they're sitting and you're seeking orders from them. So how are they supposed to interpret it? Isn't it an oxymoron?
When you see a judiciary that seems to be under some control somewhere, you start questioning. We have very powerful governors, but they don't use their offices to serve the people.
If you are not shameful to do what you are doing, why should we protect you?
I'm human, everybody's human. So when you're told, kuja tuongee, I mean, you'd be a fool to say, staki kuongea today. Conversations have to be had, you know?
People in leadership should only go into leadership if they are ready and willing to change the lot of the people.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
One of the things that are ailing our country is negative ethnicity. You find you as a state of, instead of thinking as a Kenyan, you think like a tribal person.
Let me tell you something. The biggest problem we have had in this country is a leadership deficit. There is nothing that you are going to do in the process of change if you are not a risk taker. So you really have to pursue your vision to a logical conclusion and even be ready to step on people's toes.
When it comes to the economy, you can run away with it. They say statistics are like bikinis. They reveal a lot, but they conceal the vitals. And so government people would throw statistics at you and tell you they're revealing a lot of information to you, but it's really concealing the real vitals.
We need to get out of that because when we want to grow our democracy, one basic thing that really requires to be understood by the political class, by all of us, is institutions are critical.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day. Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
It is 8 minutes after 7 o'clock. This is the Situation Room, and we're getting into the second hour of our discussions this morning and looking into very important issues that we need to keep front and center in terms of discourse. Ndu, Wanjiru, and Denis with you this morning and holding the reins to have these conversations today. We're going to get into our Justice Thursday conversation in just a minute, but I want you to imagine for a moment, imagine that you would have a trusted ally by your side all the time, and that's the I&M Bank promise. I&M Bank empowers you with the tools and support to turn your aspirations into reality. So whether it's a new business venture, whether it's your child's education or securing your future, I&M Bank is here for you. From flexible financial solutions to personalized guidance, we are on your side, championing progress and celebrating your successes. So don't just bank, build your future with a partner who believes in you. Experience the power of on-your-side banking and find out more at any I&M Bank branch close to you. And always remember, I&M Bank on your side. Justice Thursday, our conversations that we have, and we look at the work that the judiciary is doing in the country, and we have the conversations around what some of these increasing or enhancing the access to justice. And we started doing this a while ago, and we've been doing it and actually giving the judiciary a face that Kenyans can resonate with. And this is another Thursday where we have that conversation. Our guest is already seated in the hot seat, and he's in the person of Justice Stephen Riechi, and he's here with us this morning. Good morning. Good morning to you. How are you? I'm fine, and you? Very well, thank you. Karibu sana. Good to have you here this morning. And we're going into a Justice Thursday conversation today, obviously looking into High Court Succession Service Week. We're going to ask you to really tell us what that is all about. But before we get into it, what we normally do, every morning, we share a proverb, which is a weekly proverb from a different African country every week. And today, we're going to be looking into the country of Mozambique. Mozambique being one of the Lusophone countries in Africa. And this is what we would like you to do, as you do every day, is interpret. As you interpret the law, we're asking you to interpret what this proverb is saying, according to your understanding. Is that all right? Yes, that's fine. Okay. So the proverb for today, and Des, I'm just going to ask you to lift the Honorable's mic just a little bit so we can hear a little bit better. And we can do that, that's fine. Technology allows us to. So our proverb for this morning goes like this. Fire devours the grass, but not the roots. Fire devours the grass, but not the roots.
Fire devours the grass, but not the roots.
Fire devours the grass, but not the roots. What's your opinion of that?
Fire devouring the grass and leaving the roots. I think the fire can only devour what is available, readily available, and near to it. And it may not affect the one which is far and protected.
Yeah. Yes. Okay.
That's what I would say.
Well, I mean, yeah, definitely hearing that you would not be able to protect, you can't, the roots would not then be protected, right? We're getting into a conversation around High Court Succession Service Week and looking at some of those matters today, just to be able to get an understanding or fair share of what that is. I guess from the very beginning, and when we look at enhancing access to justice, and when we look at High Court Succession Service Week, what exactly are we talking about?
Thank you very much for giving us this opportunity. I work at the High Court Nairobi Milimani Family Division. The Family Division of the High Court handles quite a number of aspects of the family. And in the Family Division, we handle succession matters. Matters where our loved ones have died, they have left property, they have left dependents, and how do we manage those affairs. We do also handle adoptions. Adoptions is where you want a person who wants to take in parental responsibility of a child who is not a biological child. We also handle matrimonial property issues, where parties who were once married have divorced, but they acquired property during the subsistence of the marriage.
I think I just wanted to take a small break here, Honor, because we're having a problem with the sound. So we're going to take a break and we're going to come back and fix that. So just bear with us, folks, as we continue, and we'll come back right after this.
This May, the stage is set, the mic is on, and the search begins.
Welcome to Next
superstar.
From raw vocals to big talent, the search is on for Africa's next hit maker. Next Superstar is here. Premiering May 3rd at 8 p.m. exclusively on Remo TV Plus, StarTimes Channel 56 or Channel 166. Buy a DTT StarTimes decoder for only 1,399 bob or a DTH for 3,199 shillings to enjoy unlimited entertainment. Join judges Size 8, King Kaka, Motive, and hosted by Maina and Butita on Next Superstar. Renew your subscription on DTH Smart Bouquet at 1,199 shillings only or DTT Basic Bouquet at 749 shillings only. You can dial *858# for self-service or call our customer care on 0730 710077. StarTimes. Enjoy digital life.
In a world where change is constant, there is something comforting about stability. One that has inspired I&M Bank's growth in Kenya, Mauritius, Tanzania, Rwanda, and Uganda. We celebrate the lives impacted, dreams realized, and futures secured through our financing solutions. This milestone is a testament to the power of relationships, integrity, and commitment. I&M Bank, on your side.
I&M, the future.
The Playground, brought to you by M-Pesa. Kenya, are you ready? Are you a rugby fan? And are you looking forward to celebrating every play, every victory, every cheer, and every win of the Shujas? Show up for the Shujas using the hashtag M-Pesa behind every moment. Show up for the Shujas using the hashtag M-Pesa behind every moment. And tag SpiceFM across all social media platforms. M-Pesa powers Rugby Sevens.
One of the things that are ailing our country is negative ethnicity. You find you as a state of, instead of thinking as a Kenyan, you think like a tribal person.
Let me tell you something. The biggest problem we have had in this country is a leadership deficit. There is nothing that you are going to do in the process of change if you are not a risk taker. So you really have to pursue your vision to a logical conclusion and even be ready to step on people's toes.
When it comes to the economy, you can run away with it. They say statistics are like bikinis. They reveal a lot, but they conceal the vitals. And so government people would throw statistics at you and tell you they're revealing a lot of information to you, but it's really concealing the real vitals.
We need to get out of that, because when we want to grow our democracy, one basic thing that really requires to be understood by the political class, by all of us, is institutions are critical.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
Good morning, and I love your show.
Thank you.
Having come from a Kikuyu radio background, I migrated to Spice because of the content.
I was born in a slum, but somehow I got a break in life. So sometimes when you see the sweating coming out because of the passion and whatever it is, behind the noise, there are people, and we share the same umbilical cord.
It shouldn't be like that. I am so disappointed. We used to tell Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga that he's doing politics of conmanship, and even President Uhuru Kenyatta, serikali hii ndio iko na conmanship ya hali ya juu. You cannot promise people that you reduce tax, then you double.
In politics, there is the issue of trust. For you to turn around and then stab the same people who gave you that trust, there is no other level of dishonesty. Imabo, utaona dunia tu.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
Technology will do a doozy on you, and that's where we are this morning. But the conversations must continue. So move things around a little bit, but let's now see how we can move forward. This is the Situation Room, dealing with the situation, but let's go. Justice Stephen Riechi is here with us this morning, and we're looking into our Justice Thursday conversation around High Court Succession Service Week and all we essentially need to know. So, let's go at it again, Justice, where we're talking about, succession week, and what exactly, when we hear succession, we hear, in our minds, there's so many things passing on, property, taking over from a pair, or who takes up another job. But just let us into that as we get into that conversation.
Thank you very much. As I was saying, that at the family division, we handle quite a number of issues. All of them must be related to the family. We handle succession, which we will talk about shortly. We handle adoption. We handle matrimonial property. We handle mental health. It's issues where persons have suffered a mental illness and there's need to manage their affairs. And we also have some miscellaneous applications, particularly when it comes to surrogacy issues. But today I want us to talk about succession. Every parent, every person will die.
Okay. Yes.
That's not the opening we expected, but okay. But yes.
Methuselah lived for 960 something years, but he eventually died. So all of us will die. So when we talk about succession, we are not talking about the dying bit of it. We are talking about the preparation of the management of your affairs after you are dead. That is basically what we are talking about. And we talk about it because it's important. Every person has, fortunately, or you could be having a family, you could be having some property, you could be having some business, and you have devoted your lifetime to these businesses, and you have accumulated wealth. And the most important wealth you may be leaving behind is that of your dependents, your children, your spouse. It's always a pleasure that you will wish that when you are away, they remain in peace, your legacy will continue in a very orderly manner. And therefore we're asking that before you do that, can you be able to arrange your affairs before then? And you can do this by 3 ways, and that's what we deal with. One, you can do this by making a will, where you indicate, this is my property, these are my dependents. When I die, please, I want my this property to be distributed to my dependents in this format.
Yes,
that's a will. Then you can also. Like most of us, we do not want to think about death. We associate the will with death, and therefore we just leave it. And when we leave it, it means that you'll die intestate, that you have not made a will. And that, therefore, the court will determine how the property will devolve to your dependents. The third, that is the two main ones. There is an oral will. We have a provision for an oral will in our legislation.
Yeah.
But it's quite limited, because if you have made an oral will, is you call people, tell them, these are my children, this is the way I want my property to be distributed, because I'm feeling my days are almost over.
Yeah.
But you must also die within 3 months.
Oh, hang on a minute. Okay, sorry. So if you're making this declaration to the members of your family, then if I say that with my millions, no billions, no trillions.
When you were working for stop there.
And I have had a premonition that something is going to happen, and I say that I will leave this property to my 2 husbands and my children, and I've said it, I've spoken it, I have not documented it, then essentially I must pass within 3 months. If I don't pass within 3 months, then what happens?
If you don't die within the 3 months, then you will call us again and tell you I didn't die. I told you I was going to die. I didn't die, but now I want to to make another one. Repeat what I said, and then that is how it is. It must last that long.
Why does that timeline exist?
Because it's not written. It's not written. It's the anticipation is that you are just at the end of it, and we'll prove that oral will in court if it is there. But the first thing is, did you die within the 3 months? No. Or if you didn't, did you renew it?
Is the 3 months just in case the person changes their mind?
No. If you don't
die within 3 months,
yes,
and you have to do it within that time frame.
Yes.
My question is, why 3 months? Why not 4? Why not 2?
I have no idea where the 3 months came from, but the intention is that if you're saying that in anticipation of immediate death. That's I guess they wanted to consider the one which we have at the old system where you call people, but to avoid that, please do a will written, even if it's you write. Ask somebody, come write. Even when you are talking to them about this will, let them write, document it, let them have witnesses, and that is all.
In your experience, Justice, what's the extent of testate versus intestate? How many cases are landing on your desk?
Very less than 10% will be tested. The 90% will be where you have died and you have not said anything about what will happen about your estate after you have died.
You haven't done even the oral?
You have not done the oral, you have not done the written, and therefore the matter is left to the court to decide. So that's the bulk of us. That's where we land.
So then that means many Kenyans die without wills.
Yes.
Is this a reflection of legal illiteracy, or is it, for lack of a better word, judiciary's failure to demystify the probate process? Because not so many people understand what goes into doing a will for an ordinary citizen.
Yes, there's one. People do not understand why they should do that. There's need for education. But even when you find even people who have been exposed, even them very rarely. Even we sit here, if we ask all the 3 or 4 of us, how many of us have made wills? Thank you. I don't know how many of us would say.
For me, my assumption has always been, you do a will when you...
In the 3 months before you die.
See, when you start hitting 6, there's a joke, when you start celebrating your birthday in church, you are headed there,
You should have done your will or do it soon after.
So the assumption normally is wills are done by people at least in their old age or sunset years. They have property, they have a lot of these things. But for somebody who just has like a 150 by 100 and he has 5 children, what's the point of writing a will? And maybe a kiosk for selling phones, for example.
There is need, if you have any property, there is need for that, for you to indicate how, in your absence, that property should be discarded, should be devolved. One, it allows you the testamentary freedom to say what you want, who to have what. I mean, that's one. The second one is that it eliminates friction after that. So people will say, look, this is what father has said, and therefore this is what should go on. Very few people, except a few, will want to challenge that, but they respect, there is that respect that father said this, and this is what we will go on. So what now happens, because of fears like the ones you have, people die without a will. And when they die without a will, the matter now comes to us to administer the estate as intestate. That he has never made a will. He has property. He has dependents. Now they have to come to us and say, look, my father died. He had this property. We need the court to assist us how we want to divide it among ourselves.
But today we have very prominent cases, Justice, of someone has done a will,
yes,
and as they've done their will, it's still, contested. What guarantees that whatever it is that you've actually said in a will is what will be applied, when you leave this world? And, there's also the bit of witnesses also, because we've seen families, we've seen children of these prominent personalities come out and say, I contest that will, it's not my father who did it, it's not this, it's not that. Then it becomes so complicated. So what then are the guarantees that, okay, fine, I'll give my 50 by 100 to my son, I'll give this to my daughter, I'll give this, and that's final?
Yes. In court, when there is a will, a written will, and it's a valid will, we tend to respect it completely. Once we are determined, it can be challenged. The validity of the will can be challenged. He's not the one who wrote it. There were no witnesses. He left me out, and all that sort of things. But at the final decision will be that this will is a valid will. When we do find that this is a valid will, that is what will determine the distribution as per the will. Why? We tend to respect the testamentary freedom of the testator. We value that a lot, and we will need. However, where we find that their will is not valid, it was forged, the signature was not his, the witnesses were not genuine, then we say the will is not valid. When the will is not valid, then we revert to the fact that it was intestate. But where it is valid, we don't change anything.
What makes a will valid?
One, it must be written.
Okay.
It must be written, written.
Handwritten?
No. Yes, handwritten, but if it's drawn by an advocate, that is much better because they understand the language. But even handwritten, we will. It must be signed by a testator.
Okay.
The one who is rating the will. It must be signed. There must be two witnesses. Who saw the testator signing the will.
And must these two witnesses be the immediate family, or it can be anyone?
They don't actually. It's much better if they are not the family members.
Okay, because there's no partisanship.
There's no partisanship.
Okay.
Then he must have in that will. He must have identified what his properties were, and then he must have identified who the dependents were in the will, and distributed the estate, whatever he had, to the dependents, not necessarily equally, because that is his decision. But he must have taken care of all his dependents.
Okay.
Then the property which he has mentioned, it must be property which is his. He cannot say, I think Standard Group I give to you.
It has to be his and proven that it was his own.
Yes, it must be his.
So, I mean, just on the issue of having it written down, it was interesting because yesterday I was watching some legal drama and there was the same kind of issue here. And in court, they said, well, it was written down. It was a piece of paper. It was years old, but it was clear that it was in the handwriting of this gentleman. Right? And he didn't even use a pencil. He must have used a kind of chalk or something, but it was in his handwriting.
Yes.
Whereas there were no other witnesses, but what was being contested was whether he actually meant what he said, because he put out quite a sum to somebody who was not in the family. So when you talk about it being written down, what's the threshold for authenticity here when we are saying that if I write something down on a piece of paper or in a book and that there were no witnesses at the time, then are we saying that there's a likelihood of such a thing, should it be brought before a court, your court, it would be thrown out?
The Act, the Law of Succession Act, provides what constitutes a valid will.
Okay.
And one of them is that there must be witnesses.
Okay.
Yes. So if there were not witnesses, then it cannot be valid.
Okay.
Yes. The writing for you to write in your notebook, kitu nini nini, and nobody else has said that will not stand the validity of our written will.
That's your personal journal for your own use.
Personal journal.
Yes.
For your own use. Yeah.
Justice Ricky, what is the court doing? Because I believe the service week is to help clear pending cases, because of course these delays cost a lot of grief. Which law, which branch of law is used? Because there is the succession and then there is family law. Which is preferable to speed up cases? Which is more affordable? Because also people imagine this is a very expensive process. Yeah.
Let me say, one of the most easiest matters to handle are succession, because what we need is just very limited. All we need is the information we need is readily available. Once a person has died, we need after the grieving period, we need, if it's a man, for instance, there must be a widow. If there is a widow, then the widow will come to us with a letter, a chief's letter. The chief's letter will indicate that the deceased so-and-so was a resident of my location. He died on this day as per the death certificate, and then he left the following as his dependents: wife, Jenny Njoki. Children, nana paka mwisho. He may not be able to say anything about the property. That's all we need from the letter of the chief. So once you have that chief's letter, and then you have a death certificate. The death certificate is just to establish that it's true, the person is dead. And then all you need is that you come to us, give us, there are forms which you fill at then. The forms they just indicate that there's form names, the deceased name, then when he died, his dependents, the people who children and wife and children, and then you indicate the property which he had. That is the first thing. Once you have done that, then you give us 2,000 shillings for fees, and then you give us 3,500 you pay to the government printer to print, to gazette. And then once we have done that, we gazette the petition. You come back, we issue you with a grant. A grant of letters of intestate is to enable you now to have the person we have appointed, now we call the administrator, to take charge of the estate. Know what properties, which other properties are in the estate which were not included. Manage some of the assets of the deceased before the full grant. Once we have given you, we give you 6 months to do that. Get all this, and then within 6 months you get us what we call summons for confirmation. Summons for confirmation is just say, I am the administrator. We have identified the property of the deceased. Now we have confirmed it's APCD, and the dependents of the deceased are this widow, these children, and then we have agreed that we want to distribute this property as follows. One, the firstborn to get this, the second one, or even say equally. You work all of them, and then you say we have agreed each of us to get equal share of what is there. Once you have done that, you come back to us now for hearing what we call confirmation of the certificate of confirmation hearing. Then you come to court and tell us, look, we have agreed, I'm so and so, I'm the wife of the deceased, we have agreed on the mode of distribution, we have consented to this, and we have filed the consent, and we will want you to give us a confirmed grant, certificate of confirmed grant. We give you that day.
Immediately?
Immediately. And then once we have given it to you, unapeleka kama ni land, unapeleka kwa land. Kama ni kwa shares za Standard Group, unapeleka kwa whoever the administrator is, and then they are changed. So now, for this coming to your question now, the one I've described is a process which is not contested.
Okay.
And we have realized, and the Honorable Chief Justice has realized, that some of these which are issues which are not taking time, we give them far dates because we mix them with the other matters. So she said, look, can we have a special service week for these matters which are not contested, so that we can finalize with them and they leave our system and people go on and live with their lives, and then we release the so much of the funds held up in this succession within a short time.
Okay.
And that's why what we are doing from Monday 26th to 30th.
Yes.
How many cases are likely to be dealt with in service week?
We are doing this in all the high court stations in Kenya. I know in Milimani, where I sit, we are doing 700 matters next week.
Okay.
And all are digital, virtual?
Virtual.
Okay.
The process is virtual. So that's what we are doing.
How does that compare to the number of cases that are pending that can actually be moved out really quickly? If one court is doing 700?
Yes, if we did the 700 in Milimani where I sit, we'll be having less than 300 remaining for that which are in that category.
Okay.
And the ones in that category are the ones which are not ready.
Okay.
They have not filed the summons for confirmation. They have not filed the consents, and that's the where they are waiting. But if they have, if there is anybody who has, we want you even today, call the registrar and say, I want this matter to be heard on Monday next week, and we'll give you a date next week, and we'll hear you.
Justice Rieki, whose business is it then to sensitize Kenyans on this process? And it's advisable to use a lawyer, isn't it? Or how do you make it accessible? Because you can sensitize, and then comes in the cost and, the cost factor. Is this affordable? Is it a very time-consuming process? How do you sensitize so that you can incentivize more people to prepare their wills and appreciate that the process works?
I think it's a responsibility for all of us. Judiciary, lawyers, public servants, whoever has an opportunity and an influence on people, to advise them that this is the best way to go. And with the time, people are going to get to it, just as we have embraced technology. Next few years, we'll be embracing that nobody will be without a will. I mean, it will catch up like it has done in the other countries, in the other developed countries.
As you look into the weekend, dispensing with a lot of these cases that are uncontested, the issues then, around some of these cases are still front and center for lots of people. And one of those matters, because we engage quite, thoroughly with folks who then are tuned in. And one of the matters is that something that we assume a lot in society, that if there is a child, if there is offspring, whether that is within a formal union or not, that those offspring have direct access to property or to whatever may be put in a will of the deceased person. Now, if this deceased person has put out a will and this offspring have not been included in the will, do they have rights of access to the property by virtue of them being a child, whether from a formal union or, as is often the case, an external union from what is recognized by the law?
I want to answer your question on two issues. One, if for any reason in the written will, a dependent has not been included, the testator didn't say anything about them, they just left them out.
Or maybe they didn't know they existed.
Or even they didn't know they existed. There is provision, and once you demonstrate that, there is provision in the Act which provides that the court can make provision for the person who was left out from the estate of the deceased, despite this will. They will make provision for that.
Okay.
That one is provided for. Where a person has indicated, these are my children, John Mburu, I don't want to give him anything. Why? Because he cut my hand. He assaulted me and I had my hand cut off. That is different. Where he says, I'm not providing for so and so, Mary. Why? Because I bought a house in Kilimani. You know, that we respect that. You have left them out in the will, but you have indicated the reason why you have left them out.
Okay.
Where there is you have left them out and they are not your children, they are biological children, then the issue will be, are these your children? Is this, if he's not biological child, or the child of the lady, the widow we know, but was left out, as we do, then you will have to determine first whether this one who was left out was a biological child.
So it's not automatic?
No, if he's a biological, if he's a child, biological, or he had taken him up as a child, parental responsibility, then we must provide for him. Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
My question is, what happens, and I don't know whether you've handled this, are there cases where there are rulings from religious courts that have clashed with, the constitutional rights of those ones who should have been included in the will, and how do you resolve them when there's that clash?
Yes. Our brothers and sisters who profess the Muslim faith, they have the Qadhi's court as the primary court where the issues of marriage and succession are done. But the law provides that if you are dissatisfied with what is in the ruling of the Qadhi's court, then they have to appeal to the High Court. And the law provides that when we sit in the High Court in appeal on a matter from the Children's Court, we have to sit with 2 Qadhis. I'm a judge. I have very little knowledge about the Muslim law, so I sit with 2 Qadhis who guide me on the Islamic part, and then we deal with it under the Constitution. Yes, we do.
There's a growing trend. I don't know if I'm the only one who's seen this, where you have wealthy families who use private trusts, to sort of bypass scrutiny or bypass public scrutiny. And in your opinion, as a judge, do you think trusts, as they're constituted, are currently now being used to shield wealth, from either legal or from tax responsibilities or accountability, for that matter?
Trusts are instruments of succession. You form a trust. You don't want to do it specifically. You form a trust and say, look, these are the trustees. Please manage my various amount of businesses so that the beneficiaries can be able to benefit. The good thing with trust is that you entrust this one to people who have knowledge of the industry. You may be having children who have no idea about what you are doing, and most of us, our children don't know what we do, and particularly in business. So it's a very good instrument. Properly used, it is an instrument. But I don't know the aspect of concealing some taxes that doesn't concern me as a family division judge. It may attract the attention of the commercial division of the High Court.
I was asking for your opinion as a judge. What do you think?
For me, is it properly used? It's a good instrument for managing your affairs after your death.
There's somebody was asking, can you will out a loan?
You're worthy.
Like the answer, it's come really quick in terms of
you
that.
cannot will, just the same way huwezi kupatiana mtu Standard Group hapa share zangu zote. You cannot. And also you cannot, it's difficult to will something which is, for instance, if the house has a mortgage with a bank, you cannot say now that one I give it to so and so. Why? It's not free property. Free property must be the one which you can sell at that time when you are alive. You have the capacity to dispose of and manage any other way. So if there is the property is mortgaged in a bank, we will not distribute it. Why? Because that is property which is now held by a third party. Once the loan is paid, then you can come and say, look, we have cleared the loan from housing finance, the property is free now, you distribute. But we cannot distribute at hiyo tumepatia mama.
So hang on, that's interesting. So if somebody has a piece of property, they've bought my 50 by 100.
Yes.
They have a loan of $1 million left.
Yes.
And then they die.
Yes.
But that's their purchase. They've purchased the property.
Yes.
So they can't include that in the will, despite the fact that it still has a balance.
Title deed iko wapi?
It's in the bank.
So what happens then to that property?
That property, munalipa loan, mnamaliza, inakuwa free, munakuja munatuambia tunataka kudistribute. Musipolipa loan, bank inauza, hakuna kitu tumedistribute.
How is it recognized in the succession process though?
Sorry?
Is it recognized in that succession discussion?
One of the things we do is you have to give us documentation about title. And if you don't have the title, we will have the such certificate. Will show that the property is mortgaged.
So you need
and
to.
We'll leave it out.
So you have a document that shows all the list of assets and liabilities.
Liabilities, yes.
To support the to support the will or the process.
Thank you. We do. In fact, in that form, you indicate even the liabilities.
Okay, so. Looking at some of the other issues, we're looking at a lot of succession cases that are in court and that have been in court for 20 years.
Yes.
What would make a case of that nature remain within the courts for so long?
Disputes within the family. Disputes within the family. Siblings, widows, third parties, the cause of all that. And deliberately, so for some others who, particularly those ones who are benefiting from that status, they don't want it to be, and they don't want, they may not want it to be determined. But we do, where we notice that, we do dedicate those matters. We determine the issues, and then it gets over our system.
Where you have disputes, and a lot of these disputes, of course, are around the distribution of this land.
Yes.
Some of them will have to do with land registry documentation and things like that. What interventions do you take to enable these resolutions, especially in the case maybe there's an attempt to, we've seen a lot of land, in fact, cartels or trying to grab land. So this property that has been willed, either that is being administered, may be subject to grabbing through this long drawn-out process.
Yes.
What can you do?
Let me put it this way. If you are a Kenyan, sincere Kenyan, and the property which you are interested in is in the name of the deceased, and succession has not been done, please leave it. Leave it. Why? Because whoever is trying to give you this parcel of land, either by sale or by whatever means, has no title, and will not recognize him at the time when we are doing the distribution. Occasionally, we do recognize purchasers, people who bought land or property from the deceased himself when he was alive, but he had not completed the process of transfer. We recognize them as purchasers. That one we do. But after he has died, the problem is the person you are dealing with is not the owner. Yes. Some other thing which we are trying in matters which have taken are complicated, have taken long. And realization that these are family issues. That the goal of any court and of any person and what the deceased would have wanted is to have a stable, peaceful, and harmonious family. So when we realize this, we find that let us try mediation.
Okay.
We tend to refer, even these matters which we have talked about,
yes,
we have referred them to very good mediators who try and understand and veil. They don't go to the legal technicalities. They want to what is good for everybody, and they come up with an agreement, a mediation agreement, and we adapt it fully as a basis for distribution. Where they have been successful, and I'm happy. Some of our very good mediators are religious people, very high standing within the society.
Yes.
So we do that. At the rural areas, sometimes we stand. Okay, do you have a clan chairman? Is it an issue which can be dealt with the clan chairman as a mediator? Then he can be able to reconcile the parties and they come to us.
Yeah.
Yes.
In the event that during the life of the deceased person, and I think that our natural inclination is to assume that, property succession or, is just the purview of the man. But in the event that an individual during their lifetime has decided that this property or that who should succeed them is not a member of the family for whatever reason, and that they decide, as we have seen often, that people can leave their wealth or their property to a church or to a school or to somebody who influenced their life. And after their death, as we've often heard, there is contestation of that because there could be dependents. There are those who imagine that they should be able to live off of what their mother or father or whomever left behind. Can there be a contestation of that if the dependents come into the arena asking for some kind of livelihood, when it is clear what the will said that it should go to St. Bartholomew Church or whatever?
Yes. Please, that is perfectly. We respect what I said earlier, testamentary freedom. Your freedom, your property. You can pay anybody you want, isn't it? When you are alive, you can give to anybody you want, isn't it?
Yes.
And even by will, you can give to anybody you want. That's testamentary freedom. But please, when you are doing that, tell us why you have left out the children.
Okay.
Please, in the will, tell us whatever. This is the reason why I have decided I have left this so and so out, and I've given it to so and so because of this reason. We will respect that.
Okay.
Yes.
All right.
Very quickly, just some clarity. The validity of a will. You talked about it must be written, must be signed. There must be two witnesses. Must these two witnesses know the contents of the will, or they just need to know, okay, you've done the will, you've just signed. They just verify you've signed?
No, they just verify that you signed the document.
They don't need to know the contents.
They can know, but they may not know. That's not important. We don't ask them whether, did you know what they said? No. What we ask them, did you see him when he was signing the will? Yes. When was it? Where was it? And that's all. And they indicate their IDs there. Something else I wanted to say about, even before we die, have we organized ourselves properly in the event that you become unwell and incapacitated? You have not died. You have business, you have property, but you reach a time you are not able to manage your own affairs. Alive still. Have we ever thought about it? Who, for instance, will take care of take you to hospital? We don't. Sometimes we assume our spouse will do that, our children will do that, and but that's okay. But even then, you have the money in the bank. you have fallen unwell. You have been rushed to Nairobi Hospital. Nairobi Hospital, they say, okay, fine, this is an ICU case. Yes, we need a deposit of this much. I mean, yes, you have the money in the bank, in Barclays and everywhere else, but nobody can access it.
Indeed, those are the
Spice up your life.
And we're glad that you're able to join us for that conversation this morning on Justice Thursday. The Justice, Stephen Riecki, has been here with us this morning. I've been looking at High Court Succession Service Week, all you need to know. And these are some of the issues. Thank you so much for being here with us this morning.
Thank you very much for giving us this opportunity. Thank you for spicing my day.
Asante sana. Good morning at 8 a.m.
Good morning, this is the Newswire. I'm Edwin Lisamira. Kenyans seeking jobs in public service will now be subjected to intense scrutiny of their academic and professional qualifications as the government steps up efforts to eliminate use of fake certificates. The government is also setting up a multi-agency team to fast-track investigations and prosecutions related to forged credentials. The team comprises of key players including the Office of the Director of Public Prosecutions, the Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission, the Directorate of Criminal Investigations, the Kenya National Examinations Council and the Kenya National Qualifications Authority. On Wednesday, Head of Public Service Felix Koskei revealed that civil servants and public universities lead the number of staff with fake or forged academic papers.
I am informed that the Public Service Commission issued a directive requiring all public institutions to authenticate the academic and professional certificates of their staff. Preliminary findings paint a deeply concerning picture. Out of 53,000 cases referred to the Kenya National Examination Council by 91 public institutions, 1,280 certificates were confirmed as forgeries. We are calling upon each and every employer, across government, both public and also private sector, to ensure that they authenticate before they onboard anybody.
At the same time, EAC's chairperson David Onginde emphasized the need to tighten the noose on fake academic papers, describing the trend as a pandemic.
We have come to the place where we realize that this is actually a pandemic. And as CSCC, we only deal with those people in the public service. And if what we are seeing in the public service is anything to go by, it means that possibly a similar problem is also in the private sector.
The government has earmarked 28 billion shillings to support small-scale enterprises across the 1,450 wards through the National Youth Opportunities Towards Advancement or NYOTA program. 70 businesses in each ward will receive grants of 50,000 shillings from the national government. Speaking on Wednesday during an empowerment forum for small-scale traders in Kiambu County, Deputy President Kithure Kindiki said NYOTA is one of several transformative efforts by the Kenya Kwanza administration to foster grassroots economic growth. Kindiki emphasized the government's commitment to supporting the traders.
Hatutaki kungojea mpaka siku ya kampeni. Ati ndio tunatafuta mama mboga, tunawapatia apron ya shilingi 100 na kuwaambia watuimbie na watutafutie kura. Tunataka saa hii, wakati hakuna kampeni, tuwezeshe watu wetu wapate nguvu kidogo ya kujifanyia mambo yao, ya kutafuta riziki, ndio wapate nguvu na wawe na maisha bora zaidi, ili nchi yetu iwe ni nchi ambayo iko na usawa.
A Garissa MCA who was last Saturday caught on camera chasing people inside a restaurant has issued a public apology for his behavior. Nur Sheikh of Jila Ward entered the restaurant wielding a knife, prompting customers to run for their lives. Nur insisted that he acted in self-defense after being threatened by two individuals in the restaurant's parking area.
Hiyo parking ni kama single file. Kuna mtu mwingine alikuwa mbogo na mwingine kama mbele yangu. Sasa mimi kufika hapo, yeye jamaa amesema kwa nini mtufungie njia wewe mzee? Mimi nikasema mimi sifunge njia. Na mimi nilikuwa na order hapa. Sasa ile harakati kulikuwa na puta nikupute. I'm now apologizing on behalf of the customers and on behalf of all the people in Garissa County. That I was not in bad intention. I was only defending myself.
The body of Kenya Basketball Federation President and former Maseno School Principal Paul Otula, who died at the beginning of this month, is said to be moved to his home in Gikonyo today, ahead of his burial tomorrow. Otula's memorial service was held yesterday at the Seventh-day Adventist Church Livingston, Nairobi. Senior government officials, including the Deputy Chief of Staff in the President's Office, Eliud Owalo, members of Parliament and leaders from various football associations attended the service. According to his family, Otula suffered a cardiac arrest at his home in Nairobi, leading to his untimely demise. That's the Newswire. I'm Edwin Lisamira.
102.5 Spice FM, Kisumu.
This May, the stage is set, the mic is on, and the search begins.
Welcome to Next Superstar.
From raw vocals to big talent, the search is on for Africa's next hit maker. Next Superstar is here. Premiering May 3rd at 8 p.m. exclusively on Remo TV Plus, StarTimes Channel 56 or Channel 166. Buy a DTT StarTimes decoder for only 1,399 bob or a DTH for 3,199 shillings to enjoy unlimited entertainment. Join judges Size 8, King Kaka, Motive, and hosted by Maina and Butita on Next Superstar. Renew your subscription on DTH Smart Bouquet at 1,199 shillings only or DTT Basic Bouquet at 749 shillings only. You can dial *858# for self-service or call our customer care on 0730 710077. Star Times. Enjoy digital life.
In a world where change is constant, there is something comforting about stability. One that has inspired I&M Bank's growth in Kenya, Mauritius, Tanzania, Rwanda, and Uganda. We celebrate the lives impacted, dreams realized, and futures secured through our financing solutions. This milestone is a testament to the power of relationships, integrity, and commitment. I&M Bank, on your side.
I&M, the future.
Good morning, and I love your show.
Thank you.
Having come from a Kikuyu radio background, I migrated to Spice because of the content.
I was born in a slum, but somehow I got a break in life. So sometimes when you see the sweating coming out because of the passion and whatever it is, behind the noise, there are people. And we share the same umbilical cord.
It shouldn't be like that. I am so disappointed. We used to tell Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga that he's doing politics of conmanship. And even President Uhuru Kenyatta, serikali hii ndio iko na conmanship ya hali ya juu. You cannot promise people that you reduce tax, then you double.
In politics, there is the issue of trust. For you to turn around and then stab the same people who gave you that trust, there is no other level of dishonesty. Imabo, utaona dunia tu.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
Good morning at 8 minutes after 8 o'clock, and this is the Situation Room, the third hour of conversations that we need to have and that we must through and through. And even as we do, let me remind you that when you're thinking about pursuing your dreams, every goal set and every milestone achieved, there's a partner who stands with you, steadfast, unwavering, not going anywhere. And I&M Bank, the promise is simple. We're on your side. That's it. And whether you're launching a new business, whether you're seeking financial guidance or striving for personal growth, we are here to support, says I&M, and empower you every step of the way. So the commitment is this: innovating solutions to impacting lives. Because at I&M Bank, your aspirations fuel the mission. Discover the power of on your side banking. Find out more at any I&M Bank branch close to you. And remember always that I&M Bank is on your side. All right. So as we get into things this morning, we are having a conversation around bursaries. The big word is crisis, and around funds. And essentially, we're asking ourselves, what on earth is going on? Ndu Okoh is the governor for a county which we have often looked at and said this sets the mark for what a lot of people should be doing. And I've been asking ourselves the question, so what is it that the people in this county often look forward to? What is it that the people of Murang'a County have then been able to achieve as a result of the leadership? He's here this morning and he's in the hot seat. Good morning.
Fine, I'm okay.
You're well?
Yes.
Karibu sana.
Asante.
Good to see you here.
Thank you.
And we're getting to a number of conversations today, and we're glad that you graced the hot seat this morning. Just before we started, you and Denis were talking about your height, and you told us that it's possible. It's possible that, there would have been a mix in the recipe somewhere.
It's the first time I'm meeting it. There's a recipe somewhere.
That somebody added salt where they should have added sugar.
Yeah. Or the salt shaker that has rice inside.
Yeah.
So salt and there's rice.
No, maybe Kenya is really a rainbow nation. Why are we assuming because I'm a Kikuyu, that's the only blood that flows through my veins? Ethnicity is socially constructed at some level, or at least ethnic conflict. You might be fighting your own blood on the other side.
Imagine if you just knew where you were from, then perhaps a lot of the things that we fight over would be deemed unnecessary.
That might be a strategy to de-ethnicize.
And the thing is, the only one I know called Kangata. I've never heard anyone else called Kangata. And Governor asked me whether I can check the meaning. So I went to Google. I checked what Kangata means. The Swahili version says, Kangata ni kushikilia au kungangania jambo.
Sasa wewe umeshikilia mambo
na kungangania jambo.
Yeah?
Maybe your grandfather picked this as an appropriate name.
Well, I really don't know the historical president or the name Kangata.
Yes.
I just picked what I was given by my parents.
And you go with it.
Yeah.
That's good. Well, let's see something else that you can go with, because we're going to take a short trip to Mozambique. And it's one of the Lusophone countries of Africa. And they've had a quote that we would like you to be able to interpret for us. Is that all right? A proverb, rather. And this is what it says. Fire devours the grass, but not the roots. Fire devours the grass, but not the roots. What's your take on that?
Yeah, it means when you enter into problems, you can still come back later because the root has not been impacted. It can always rise again.
Like a phoenix from the ashes. You can rise again, essentially. Yeah, I guess so. I mean, great to hear the inputs on those. As Wanjiru was saying earlier, we've heard and we've seen the things that are happening, and that Ndu Okoh has been in the news often, and then more recently for a number of things. The conversation that we're having this morning is around bursary funds and the supposed crisis that there seems to be in this particular area. We saw you at the launch, the continuation of a university, also talking about, continually talking about agriculture and what's being done for farmers and teachers and the medical sector, the health sector rather, in the county. But now we're looking at bursaries and funds. And give us an overview of what's happening at this point with all of this.
Thank you so much. The education level that is devolved is pre-primary education.
Yes, the ECDs.
But primary, high school and university remains a national government function. But there's a huge demand for education across the country, and therefore counties have been giving out bursaries. A question was raised, I think in the month of February or so, by the control budget as to the legality of counties to give out bursaries.
Yes.
And therefore a circular that was mainly like an embargo was issued by control budget saying that going forward she will not grant requisition for bursaries unless there is an partnership agreement between counties and national governments. The effect of that was to suspend issuance of bursaries immediately. There was no transition period, and that definitely plunged the issuance of bursaries across the country into some major problems. A good example I'll give is Mandera County, which the governor has a program which pays for all high school students full fees. No one pays any high school fees in Mandera County because the county pays all fees.
Yeah.
So that then means all those children in Mandera practically will not go to high school unless they use what we call out-of-pocket expenditure. Again, there was a legal question raised that is bursary really performing a national government function? Some argued no, this is a form of welfare which is outside the purview of national government. Second issue was counties have been giving bursaries for the longest of period, 12 years.
Yes.
Why now? Thirdly, no notice was given. When my sister here went to have CDF declared unconstitutional, the court in its wisdom gave CDF a transition period. The same logic applies whenever you are dealing with government funds. Even if you find them unconstitutional, there is need to give those institution times to transit. But this one, there was no transition. It was just an immediate freezing.
For purposes of clarity, before you go to and finally, the sister that you mentioned is Wanjiru Gikonyo. She is the lead petitioner who took the case of declaring a CDF unconstitutional to court.
And we won.
And
we've won 5 times. No, 4 times.
Yeah.
But the illegalities advanced by our parliament continue.
And of course, I think that will leak into this conversation that we will have today.
Yes.
Before we then go back to you and finally, Governor.
Oh, there is an issue that most counties that give bursaries, there's a law passed by the respective county assembly. Then a question then comes: can a circular torpedo a law? Because a law passed by a county assembly is a law. In law, there is what we call presumption of acts of parliaments as being constitutional unless declared otherwise by courts. The best course of action would have been, from where I see it, is for, like the way she had done, a person going to court, declaring, for instance, Murang'a County Assembly Act as being unconstitutional, and then once that is vacated, then Murang'a stops issuing bursary. But making an interpretation as an officer that no, this act is unconstitutional. Making I don't know that we
it stops from tomorrow.
Stop from tomorrow. I'm not so sure that was the right procedure. Be that as it may, a case was then filed. There was a case that was filed in Nakuru.
Yeah.
And some orders were issued.
Yeah.
Basically, the orders, I think the case was by Katiba Institute.
Yes.
And plus another one petitioner. The orders simply stated that the circular by control budget needs to be upheld, and therefore Murang'a and other counties should not process bursaries. Then we went to court ourselves. We argued that the order was misconstrued. Then on the basis the order was not barring counties from releasing that money this financial year, the court agreed with us. Control budget did not agree with that interpretation. She went again to seek a second clarification. Murang'a County filed contempt. Then later on, we signed an agreement. We filed with COB. We withdrew the contempt. Again, that was not is yet to be processed. So today we are waiting for the court direction on that issue in Nakuru. We hope that we might at least alleviate the
Governor, you're in court. I think the COB gave the directive maybe in February.
Yes.
We are talking about rule of law. You're a lawyer. Murang'a County is number one of the counties. Congrats. As a devolution supporter, I'm always very proud to be associated with good performing counties and governors. Number one, I think, in agriculture. Number two, in health. I think number one again also, doing very well in education. Really, we are seeing that performance. But rule of law. Since the COB has continually raised the issue of constitutionality of county governments giving bursaries. That has been in her report or in successive COB reports since those reports started getting published. Equally, they have raised the flag when national government takes over county functions, which is happening. And in fact, every day we look, road maintenance levy fund, I understand now, might even have moved completely to the national. It has been one of those contested.
Still being contested?
I don't know what that means for county roads. It's been a long standing. So, this functions issue, surely rule of law cuts both ways, because the argument is a function is assigned, funds follow the functions. We've been in court severally, partnered with COB, to push for funds to come to the counties. How do we stand with counties when counties are in violation of the law? Why not get the intergovernmental agreement? Because there is a law that allows for this process to take place. So, rule of law, are you really setting the right tone and example on this one? Since February, you could have gotten the dialogue with the national government and do the intergovernmental agreement. Is that very difficult?
It's okay. First, we believe that the County Assembly of Murang'a, in its wisdom, has passed a law on bursaries. And therefore, we were requisitioning bursary based on a legal provision.
But there's a constitutional... The County Assembly cannot legislate an unconstitutionality. That's a national government function. And there is also an intergovernmental act. And the COB is a constitutional office, which is why I'm saying, as much as we have gone to court on CDF, and I think, Governor, you've been on our side, and then not on our side, depending on where you sit. We are saying rule of law exists to protect the rights of citizens from the vagaries or the excesses of the state. Is this not an excess of the state in the County Assembly then exercising, going against the rule of law in legislating an unconstitutionality?
That's okay. Go to court and have the act declared unconstitutional. A court of law, not an individual. You know, we all have different interpretation of laws. You know, laws at times I describe them as Bibles. There are so many churches that have arisen out of a single document called a Bible. But we believe the authority of interpreting a Bible is the pastor. The same logic applies when it comes to law. You believe that Murang'a County Assembly has no legal power to legislate on bursaries. I believe
or
otherwise.
Not bursaries
or
for to fund a national government function.
Fine, it's okay. Assuming you are correct, I have an alternative view. So you go to court. You have the act declared unconstitutional, then we comply. But if we leave that now to an officer seated somewhere, a bureaucrat saying, no, this law is unconstitutional, I am not sure it's the right procedure.
Are you implying that the bureaucrat in question, the control of budget, a constitutional office created under what may be considered a fourth arm of government, and created because we have really coming from the excesses of a presidential system that muzzled and undermined the judiciary, muzzled and undermined parliament. The framers of the Constitution of Kenya, based on the consultations with the people of Kenya, in their wisdom, sought to enshrine constitutional offices, the Auditor General, and other offices, to protect to ensure separation of powers, ensure rule of law, and to promote a culture of constitutionalism. So in your actions, are you not undermining rule of law and constitutionality and muddying the waters and confusing Kenyans who might think we have a great governor, but here he is fighting the constitution? Why not simply comply and get the intergovernmental agreement as laid out? That's my question. You might have the interpretation, but are you then saying that the Intergovernmental Act has no basis? Can the national government then come, take county functions, and use your same argument?
What's the answer to the question?
Yeah, unfortunately they do.
No, my answer is that that interpretation, I don't agree with it, and the only entity that has the legal competence to declare an act of on a county assembly unconstitutional is not a bureaucrat, it is the court. Be that as it may, even assuming you are correct, we now have an agreement between Murang'a and the national government. Where are the funds? Where are the funds?
So your case then is overtaken by events.
Where are the funds?
For purposes of clarity,
we have that agreement. No, what can Murang'a do? Surely, we have done that which ought to be done. So and by the way,
you have the agreement and you've lodged it in court and with the COB.
Yes.
So she can approve the resources.
Yes.
The question is, where is the money?
Where's the money?
Second question.
Okay. No.
This is have the financial management.
We have the money in our CRF, what we call County Revenue Fund. We are waiting for the requisition to be approved.
So if you did lodge the intergovernmental agreement, why continue with the case?
No, exactly. We have withdrawn our content.
It has been withdrawn.
Yeah.
The question is, and I think
we have withdrawn. We are not interested in anything. So I'm just saying, where is the money? But also, let me also ask you a question. Can you now go, let's say, for instance, and I'm sure there are hospitals, let's say dispensaries or health centers, level 2, level 3, or even level 4s, which under the law, they ought to be in the county. I'm sure there are some currently that are still managed by the national government in some place. Are you saying you would go there and start plucking machines
just because it's unconstitutional?
Just because it's unconstitutional. You find a patient there sleeping. You say, what is happening here is unconstitutional. I pluck this, you die. Can you do that?
No, I think that sets the premise for the question.
There's a moral.
No, that's
that's there is a moral.
One-sided.
Just a minute.
Allow me to finish.
Kindly, Wanjiru.
No, allow me to finish.
I think what is necessary is to explain what the bursaries do for students in the county.
Allow me to finish. There's a real moral issue from where I see it that we may argue about constitutionality, law, but behind that argument there are real children, human children, suffering out there.
Now, Governor,
allow me to finish, because at times I feel those of us who are somewhere, at times we don't see the human cost of some of these problems that we render. This is something that has been granted to the counties for the longest of period. The best course of action would have been to give counties a notice. You tell them, okay, fine, you've been doing something wrong, unconstitutional, I'll give you 2 months, going forward, blah, 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 such. But surely, you must understand this requisition, and behind them, they are humans, they are children. Imagine from February, like here in Nairobi, no single child in Nairobi who receives county bursary has received in support. Muranga has a program that I found called Nyotayetu. It was even started by the former regime, where orphans and children were being educated from Form 1 to Form 4, fully sponsored. They are currently at home. And not because the county does not have funds, just because of this dispute. And that time they will not recover at all. It will not. Time is running. We are now when? How many days after second term started? They are at home. Even if we resolve this issue, those children will have lost 1 or 2 months.
Okay.
So I'm trying to argue that.
I understand, but I need to make this clarification, because there are folks who are hearing this, but there is no clarity in terms of where this money goes. Please, the bursaries that are sent out to these children for school, that is now in contention, what does it cater for? These are children in primary school? These are children in high school? These are at the ECD level? What does it cater for?
High school mainly.
These are high school mainly, right? And obviously we know that there is no free education per se. That is still a myth. So it takes care of essentially the bit that you're asked to pay for that capitation does not cover, right?
You're asking a question.
Yes, I'm asking.
Is that the case?
I'm asking.
Yes.
Is that the money? Is that what the money goes to?
Yes.
It takes care of the windfall that capitation does not cover.
Yes.
And
the
gap here, how much are we talking about in terms of a gap usually? Because
it depends. If you are in day school, on average per term, that's about 5,000 or 4,000 per term.
What does CDF do in this picture?
If you are
hang on, Wanjiru.
If you are in boarding,
yes,
per annum, that's about 40,000.
Okay.
Or let's say 50,000.
Okay.
Per annum.
The capitation for boarding is how much?
I'm not so sure. I'm referring to the out of pocket
to the out of pocket expenditure, because there are other things that need to be taken care of. Right. So we have the bursaries that come from county to take care of this. But then we also see that members of parliament are dishing out checks at the beginning of every school term, more or less, that range between 1,000 to 7,000 shillings. So it would appear as though there is a duplicity of effort here. And there's also a duplicity of revenue that is going to the same students. So there's money coming from NGCDF, there's money coming from county bursary, there's money coming from wherever else. And very simply put, it shouldn't be. So would you see that there would be some sense in what the COB was saying when she says, hang on a minute, this actually should not be happening, because according to the Constitution, it should run in this manner, but it isn't. Is there sense in that the county should not be the one paying this windfall?
Because there are other funds.
Because there are funds coming from NGCDF. We even have a president's fund, for goodness sake. There are so many things that are happening at the same time. So the county funds essentially should be doing something else.
They are never enough.
The funds are never enough to do that something else, or they shouldn't be going. If they were not going to this bursary, which there are other funds that should handle, shouldn't then they be able to cover for other things?
And should our leaders not sit together? County sit. You know, the County Government Act anticipates the governor will set up an intergovernmental forum. I forget how it's phrased. I think it's section 41. I can't remember. Where political leaders are supposed to engage around the county government plan and budget. And because our devolution is framed on the basis of consultation, cooperation, and coordination, not adversarial. This is not a competition between national and county government. It's not a competition between parliament and senate. These people are supposed to work for Kenyans and are supposed to cooperate. So I'm sure, and maybe I should ask, have you set up an intergovernmental forum for political leaders to consult so that you don't have to fight over intergovernmental agreements or lack of, to consult so that you don't have duplicity and gaps and overlaps,
so that we don't have children sitting at home?
So children aren't sitting at home when there is money that is going down there and maybe getting into the wrong pockets because these systems are siloed. They are not speaking to each other. They are not, and then we don't have visibility. One of the gaps is that we don't have visibility of where this money goes. We don't have consolidated evidence reports. So, Governor, yes, you're fighting a worthy fight. All students should be in school. No child should lose a day. But could this money be going into other pockets?
Okay, first, that forum was declared unconstitutional. It was if I'm not wrong, it was an act of parliament that was enacted through the effort of Sang when he was a senator.
The act, yes, but the provision in the CGA is to be operationalized by the county government. That is the law that the county should be enacting. The illegality was that the national, I think it was a Senate Act, the Senate was then deemed it cannot enact this provision for counties. So the county assembly should be the one setting it up. And in fact, it's a governor's forum.
It's okay. Be that as it may, the point is, what CDF give as bursaries is never enough. There are huge gaps of funding, and education being such an important endeavor, there's a huge public push for counties to support bursaries, which then makes it somehow important for counties to come in and support bursaries. It would be to our own interests, by the way, if those funds were redirected to other needs. Of course, we have so many other needs.
Yeah.
But education becomes such an important endeavor that no one can ignore. And therefore, just like Waswahili say that kidole kimoja hakiwi chawa. The MP pushes, the governor pushes, and yes, there is a good point of maybe a better coordination would be important, particularly to ensure you don't have certain beneficiaries getting everything from every member from parliament and the county.
Yeah.
I support that. It makes sense. But I can tell you, if members of parliament were told just to handle that, the gap is still
too large.
And I can tell you some counties. You know the current CS for sports, Salim Vori. His greatest legacy in Kwale was educating children.
Yes.
And he did it so well that he was able to push in, sorry to say, but the very fact the current governor is a lady, Madam Achani, a lawyer, I know she's a Muslim, and she was able to be elected. And she was a deputy of Salim.
Yes.
And I can tell you that has something to do with the work that they did together of educating Kwale children. So I'm just telling you how important education is and the role the counties do, like in Kwale or even Mandera, that you cannot really redirect those funds to other important endeavors within the current setup. But I support if we could do it in a collegiate manner.
Right.
Yeah, I have no problem to that. But for me, of more importance is that these disagreements have cost children of Kenya to lose 1 or 2 or 3 months
out of school. I'd like to take a break at this point. We're talking with the governor of Murang'a County, Irungu Kang'ata, and asking certain questions. But the case has also been made to collapse all of these funds that are all over the place into one fund that is going to educate children. I mean, it really does sound like it's a no-brainer, but it would appear as though sometimes there is a benefit that is achieved to have all of these things all over the place, and the benefit is not being seen by the children. Someone else is benefiting. We'll take a break and come back and look at some of this a few minutes from now. We're talking with the governor of Murang'a County. We'll be back after this break. Don't go away.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
In a world where change is constant,
The future is on.
there is something comforting about stability. One that has inspired I&M Bank's growth in Kenya, Mauritius, Tanzania, Rwanda, and Uganda. We celebrate the lives impacted, dreams realized, and futures secured through our financing solutions. This milestone is a testament to the power of relationships, integrity, and commitment. I&M Bank, on your side.
I&M, the future.
This May, the stage is set, the mic is on, and the search begins.
Welcome to Next Superstar.
From raw vocals to big talent, the search is on for Africa's next hit maker. Next Superstar is here. Premiering May 3rd at 8 p.m. exclusively on Remo TV Plus, StarTimes Channel 56 or Channel 166. Buy a DTT StarTimes decoder for only 1,399 bob or a DTH for 3,199 shillings to enjoy unlimited entertainment. Join judges Size 8, King Kaka, Motive, and hosted by Maina and Butita on Next Superstar. Renew your subscription on DTH Smart Bouquet at 1,199 shillings only or DTT Basic Bouquet at 749 shillings only. You can dial *858# for self-service or call our customer care on 0730 710077. Star Times. Enjoy digital life.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
It's 19 minutes to 9 o'clock. I'm having a conversation this morning with the governor for Murang'a County, Irungu Kang'ata, and asking her questions about, the bursary funds crisis and what ought to take precedent, the rule of law or the protection of those who've been benefiting from these bursaries. Dennis?
There's a context around the politics of bursaries in this country. And I dare call it the politics of education aid, where it's so politicized, especially every election cycle, we seem to be having these conversations. And I circle back to the core issue here, because there's the whole idea of who controls the money, how much is allocated, and so on and so forth. But if we go to the Auditor General's remarks and the concerns that have been constantly been raised, is about the disbursement of these millions in bursaries without proper documentation, one, and also highlighting the need for improved oversight and accountability for these allocations. In the last financial year, the government allocated approximately 56 billion to the education sector. However, if you go to check the specific distribution of these funds to individual students at, the constituency level, at the county level, remains so unclear due to the lack of a unified bursary system. And that's the reason why this calls for consolidation and the arguments around it and the discussion on the various bursary funds from the CDF to the county. There is I was reading some of the NGO bursaries, ministry scholarships, all these things. Shouldn't all these things be consolidated in one transparent and efficient system so that we move outside the politics of who controls what, how much is controlled? Should this be in one system?
I have no problem myself if we could consolidate bursaries, and if that consolidation would then make, let's say, high school education free, I would definitely be one of those who would join in any endeavor that would make particularly secondary school education free. And why not? Maybe what we might need to check is whether that basket, once consolidated, will be enough to achieve truly free high school education. I don't know whether that might have been done, but I'd be very interested to see whether that is possible.
Yeah, because I think the things that we see, unfortunately, are symptoms of a problem that started a long time ago. Because if we're asking a question after the fact, that in terms of the money that is being given, and we would assume that when a budget is being done, 656 billion shillings, we're assuming that when that budget is being done, all of these factors have been taken into consideration, and they've said, okay, you know what, in order to have education run from here to here, this is the amount of money that we need. The processing of the process begins, and they say, yeah. And then they say, yes, we will allocate you this money. So if we start to have to ask the question after that, actually, if we were to collapse all of these funds that we see all over the place, would this money be enough to then cater for the windfall? But my question is, why don't we say in the very beginning that even this 656 billion shillings that we put towards education, understanding that not all of it goes towards paying for tuition and such, but that all of this extra money, which is clearly available, that goes towards bursary and also goes towards the duplicitous nature of giving out funds, if all of that money is put into this one fund, I think we would be amazed at the miracles that could actually happen.
Can I just jump in there on two grounds? One, this idea of harmonization is not a new discussion.
No, it's not.
And not only is it not a new discussion, but the proliferation of funds and the fragmentation of funds has been increasing. It's very political. It's also got a lot of interest, because everywhere there is a fund, you can rest assured there is administration, those benefits are accruing to certain people. So actually the larger question becomes is, how do we get accountability in these funds? Because in 2000, and I think it was 2006-7, Kipra did an assessment of funds, because funds really started in this country. There were always funds, but major funds started with the reforms of the local government in the 90s, and then under the Kibaki administration, the direct funding mechanism started. And the audit by Kipra, we also did an audit as civil society. We saw there is duplication in terms of administration, of course. There is double funding in terms of funds going, one fund, 3 funds can go and do one job, because we're not auditing on the ground. There is lack of incrementality, there is lack of impact. So really, we are talking about a lot of waste and a lot of cartels. Or rather, a lot of corruption around where this money is going. We met again with Parliament in around 2018, before we went to court on the division of revenue. And we asked the question again, why aren't counties getting money? There's all this fragmented money, can't it be consolidated? And the staffers of Parliament, who are technical, many of who are technical experts, said, where is the audit of where this money is going? And they were saying, especially CDF at that time, they were saying, audit this money, because this money is going into private pockets. The last point, as we continue this proliferation, the IMF then comes into the picture, and we come into fiscal consolidation, and they begin to slash social spending. So it's possible part of this squeeze, I think it's not even possible, apart from Kenya Kwanza backward policies of privatizing things. They promised to do bottom up. Governor, I hope when you meet with your party leaders, you tell them that you've betrayed the people. Bottom up is not slashing money that is supposed to help Kenyans. Then IMF comes to compound issues. So really, Governor, we are saying USAID is pulling out, so this kind of free money that Kenya's been having is disappearing. Kenyans are overtaxed. Children need to go to school. People need health education. Things have to change. We can't continue this political infighting. Really, we don't have the luxury. So what are our political leaders going to do to deal with the root cause of the problem?
Okay, let's go to that.
I think the idea of a bursary is usually based on the notion that we don't have enough money to give to all students. And therefore, there has to be established a fund to choose those who deserve and those who do not deserve. Please, everyone, can you take your phone and you use your calculator? We do a simple calculation. Wanjiru, can you say Muranga has 260 day schools. On average, each has 200
students.
Yes, multiply by 10,000. Tell me, how much is that? 260 multiplied by 200? Half a billion. See? For you to give free day school in Muranga, you need half a billion. Isn't it?
Right now, what?
So now, the bus, we have 7 constituencies in Muranga.
Yes, but half a
billion. Hold on.
Allow him to clarify that. Yeah.
Each, I think, bursary kit is about 50 million, if I'm not wrong. So multiply by 50? 50 million times 7 is?
Each
350 million.
CDF now.
CDF is how much in total in the county?
No, on average, each constituency allocates 50 million for bursaries.
50 million for bursaries. But I mean, the quantum of CDF is much larger.
No. See, I'm saying, let's say Keharo constituency or Kangema or Katanga or Kandara. Each MP, I think the limit is about 50 million. So 50 million times 7 is?
350 million.
50 million.
Okay. That's 0.3 B.
So that means...
So there's 230 B left, uncovered.
Yes. So there's a funding deficit of how much?
It's 230 billion.
Million.
Yeah, 230 million.
230 million. So even if, and you see...
And then there's the national government...
Just hold on, Wanjiru. Just let him finish this point, please.
So meaning... If MPs were just to say we only concentrate with this school, they would only give 350, there'll be a funding deficit of 230 million. And
then national government
now, no, they don't.
No, but national government has the funding secondary school, I don't know what it's called. It used to be the SSEB.
No, they have like a small. It has no.
It's 10,000.
It is no one even
20,000.
No one even notices it.
Okay.
Yeah. So I'm talking of practical money within the grassroots. You are yet to go to high school. No, to boarding.
To boarding. This is day school.
This is day school. Assume Muranga County government decides to join in that effort. We look for 250. Yeah? We do 250. MPs give us 50 million. Probably. We would then be able to offer day school education. But you are yet to consider boarding. And no boarding, okay, we have about 80. We have about 60. 60 times 60 schools in Muranga.
Yes.
Times 500. Yeah? 60 times 500
is 3,000. 30,000.
60 schools times 500 students times on average 60,000. What's the amount?
Comes to about 180 million.
So meaning you have to think, where do you get 180 million per annum to consider our boarding schools if you want to give out and out.
And this is just Murang'a County that we're talking about now. We're looking at the 7 constituencies that make up the county. This is the amount of money that is needed to send children to school, not having considered boarding. Well, now we've considered boarding, right? But then where does the money that comes from the national government that is sent directly to schools that covers capitation? It used to be 22,400 and so odd. It was reduced to 17,000. So that's what has been accessed over the last 5 years or so. So what happens with that money? Or are we saying that this is money that is needed outside of the 17,000 that goes towards capitation?
What does capitation cover? Is it bursaries or does it cover running of
tuition?
No, it means
tuition. Yes.
Basically, it means if we are paying 10,000 per in out of pocket day schools education. Without capitation, they'll be paying 25,000. If I'm not wrong, they give 22,000 per.
It's been reduced to 17 because we are told that 5,000 is retained at the ministry for whatever reason. So what actually now goes is 17,447 or something like that.
So this doesn't add up, Governor. If we use your own arithmetic and we now factor in capitation at 17,000, this would be for day or boarding. Let's assume it's for day. You said we multiply by 260 schools times 200 students. That doesn't even add up because that figure comes to like almost 900 million. That doesn't make sense. But not all are all the students eligible for capitation?
Yes, every single student is eligible for capitation.
So even as we sit here, Governor, looking at the capitation from the national government, looking at CDF, the county shouldn't even be in this picture. Even if we look at these two, this money should be enough. Could it be that money is being released and pocketed, and what you're doing is actually now filling in the gaps of money that is being stolen or misdirected? So should you not, it's fine, students should be in school, but do you not have a duty to deal with the cause or problem of this shortfall? Could it be national government is saying they are sending money, and then as they speak to the IMF, that money doesn't get released? Should that not be a big issue? Does a government that doesn't release money for education deserve to be in power?
What are your thoughts on that?
I'm saying,
I need him to answer,
You're putting the burden on taxpayers because all this money comes from the taxpayer's pocket, and then it's going into somebody else's pocket, and there's a lot of politics and children stay home. Please tell us, what is the root problem, and are you going to assist Kenyans get to the bottom of it?
Well, it's okay, but allow me not to be the spokesman of another arm of government. I can only speak things that are within my purview. I have no doubt my friend Mwaura would answer that. But
can you really escape that under Article 6.2? You can't answer like that because national and county governments work together. So when you speak, we assume you have spoken to them and you've agreed. And where you've not agreed, you do the dispute. Where is the dispute over education? Why is it in court being framed as money from Murang'a County instead of a dispute that national government isn't releasing money?
Well, as everyone has correctly stated, remember our role as counties on matters of high school education is quite limited. Very limited. In fact, is once we are done with bursary, that's it. As to whether
that's not constitutional. Don't mislead us.
As to whether capitation has been sent to high school, I think that's the whole logic of us having parliamentarians, because their role is to represent. You see, and they, particularly on matters of national government, I have no doubt that they ought to raise these issues at the National Assembly Committee on Education, and because that's where these issues are canvassed. But also, that maths for me, by the way, is not really bad. It shows for me that if members of parliament and counties, they work together, it is possibly they can deliver free day school education. Day.
Our time is running out.
The deficit would be in body and also college.
You're advancing illegality.
So in terms of what would happen in the near future, where we're looking at children going back to school, really quickly as our time is running out, Governor, what would then be the solution?
Yes, me personally, I support the idea of a collegiate approach to this problem. Particularly to render day school education as free. And for me, I would really support such effort. If that includes us surrendering the support to whoever who will Kenya. In Murang'a, for instance, see this money we are fighting for. We are headed towards that direction. How? Because I have told the high school, the teachers of secondary school, give me number 1 to number 10.
Yes.
I pay full.
Yeah.
Anyone who comes number 1 to number 10 in all these schools in Murang'a is educated fully
by the county. I hear you.
The logic there is to, one, it is objective. It's not subjective. 2, the assumption is that the people who go to these schools tend to be from the lower income.
Yes.
Isn't it? 3, the idea of consolidating bursary funds come into fruition, they'll find Murang'a has catered number 1 to 10. They just start from number 11
and keep going.
And
That's a great place to end on. We want to thank you so much for being here this morning. Governor of the county of Murang'a, Irungo Kangata, has been our guest this hour. Still sticky, thorny issues, but important for us to talk about them and see what happens coming into the future. Thank you so much for being here. Until the next time that we talk. Good morning. It's 9:01.
94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
One of the things that are ailing our country is negative ethnicity. You find you as a state officer, instead of thinking as a Kenyan, you think like a tribal person.
Let me tell you something. The biggest problem we have had in this country is a leadership deficit.
Good morning. This is the Newswire. I'm Edwin Lisamira. Murang'a County Governor Irungo Kangata has defended his administration's decision to officially take over the administration of student bursaries. The move, which followed the signing of an intergovernmental partnership agreement with the Ministry of Education, unlocked billions of shillings that had been frozen after Control of Budget Margaret Nyakango halted disbursements. Appearing on the Situation Room show here on Spice FM, Kangata was asked whether the move was unconstitutional, but he insisted that only a court of law can nullify it.
You know, laws at times I describe them as Bibles. There are so many churches that have arisen out of a single document called a Bible. But we believe the authority of interpreting a Bible is the pastor. The same logic applies when it comes to law. You believe that Murang'a County Assembly has no legal power to legislate on bursaries. I have an alternative view. So you go to court. You have the act declared unconstitutional.
In Trans Nzoia County, the construction of the county headquarters at a cost of $500 million shillings is 85% complete. While making the announcement, the County Executive Committee member for Health, Samson Onjuang, said the headquarters will improve service delivery.
Trans Nzoia is among the few counties that had not constructed a county headquarters. Staff were scattered in different places, making it difficult for wananchi to access services. Mnajua hii ni town hall, waziri wa health haka huko juu, waziri wa works, waziri wa water hako huku chini, waziri wa education unamkuta hako kule line moja upite line moja ufike huko, waziri wa gender pia hako karibu na yeye huko, waziri wa works unamkuta upande ule mwingine. So wafanyikazi I don't know whether naitwa kutapakaa kwa Kiswahili changu si kizuri sana, lakini wako kila mahali.
For his part, the chairman of the County Public Service Board, Peter Wamoto, emphasized the county's commitment to enhancing service delivery, urging staff to strive for excellence in everything they do.
When we give you a responsibility, tusije tena kukuomba kuhudumia mwananchi kwa sababu napata mshahara. Your comfort is based on the tax that this mwananchi pays. So let's be upbeat, let's be proactive, tusije kuulizwa even for services that we can render without being asked for.
Police in Nairobi are investigating the circumstances under which a fourth-year student at Kenyatta University died. Bradley Webale's body was found lying in his house at Kizito area of Mwihoko, Nairobi, after short illness. Police officers who visited the scene said Webale's body had no visible injuries. The body was moved to Kenyatta University Teaching and Referral Hospital mortuary, awaiting autopsy. The deceased is said to have complained of stomach pain before seeking medical help on Monday. Kenyans seeking jobs in public service will now be subjected to intense scrutiny of their academic and professional qualifications as the government steps up efforts to eliminate use of fake certificates. The government is also setting up a multi-agency team to fast-track investigations and prosecutions related to forged credentials. The team comprises of key players including the Office of the Director of Public Prosecutions, the Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission, the Directorate of Criminal Investigations, the Kenya National Examinations Council, and the Kenya National Qualifications Authority. On Wednesday, Head of Public Service Felix Kosgei revealed that civil servants and public universities lead in the number of staff with fake or forged academic papers.
I am informed that the Public Service Commission issued a directive requiring all public institutions to authenticate the academic and professional certificates of their staff. Preliminary findings paint a deeply concerning picture. Out of 53,000 cases referred to the Kenya National Examination Council by 91 public institutions, 1,280 certificates were confirmed as forgeries. We are calling upon each and every employer across government, both public and also private sector, to ensure that they authenticate before they onboard anybody.
US researchers say mosquitoes should be given malaria drugs to clear their infection so they can no longer spread the disease. Malaria parasites, which kill nearly 600 people a year, mostly children, are spread by female mosquitoes when they drink blood. Current efforts aim to kill mosquitoes with insecticide rather than curing them of malaria, but a team of Harvard University has found a pair of drugs which can successfully rid the insects of malaria when absorbed through their legs. That's the Newswire. I'm Edwin Lisamira.
.5 SpiceFM, Kisumu.
Good morning, and I love your show.
Thank you.
Having come from a Kikuyu radio background, I migrated to Spice because of the content.
I was born in a slum, but somehow I got a break in life. So sometimes when you see the sweating coming out because of the passion and whatever it is, behind the noise, there are people, and we share the same umbilical cord.
It shouldn't be like that. I am so disappointed. We used to tell Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga that he's doing police of conmanship, and even President Uhuru Kenyatta, serikali hii ndio iko na conmanship ya hali ya juu. You cannot promise people that you reduce tax, then you double.
In politics, there is the issue of trust. For you to turn around and then stab the same people who gave you that trust, there is no other level of dishonesty. Imabo, utaona dunia tu.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
Conversation this morning and getting into things whereby we're then looking into the region. And as we have that conversation, There's a place that I want you to go. It is a place where you will be secure. And when you're thinking about the decisions that you need to make into the future, imagine having a trusted ally by your side always. That's the I&M Bank promise. We empower you with tools and support. Says trust your aspirations and turn them into reality. So think about it. Whether it's entering into a new business venture, your child's education, or securing your future, I&M Bank is here for you. From flexible financial solutions to personalized guidance, we are on your side, championing your progress and celebrating your successes. So don't just bank, build your future with a partner who actually believes in you. And you can experience the power of on your side banking. Find out more at any I&M Bank branch close to you. And remember, I&M Bank is on your side. And as we get into these conversations this morning, a lot has been happening around the region. There have been talks around what's happening diplomatically. There have been talks in the area of foreign policy. And if we have had diplomatic faux pas over the last few months, and to assist us in having that conversation this morning, there's a man who has made his thoughts clear to folks in the recent past about what should actually happen diplomatically, and to ask questions about what are we really doing. We had a conversation with him previously about Kenya's foreign policy and what exactly the position is with that. Joining us in the hot seat this morning, and we see a very good big situation room welcome to Professor Kagwanja. It has been too long since you've been in the hot seat, Prof. The CEO of the Africa Policy Institute is here with us this morning. Prof, good morning.
Thank you. I thought it was cool, this seat. I was almost asking for a heater below.
Oh, don't worry. Let's just...
I get it.
You get it? I get it. I know what you were doing.
So you're warning me.
No. I'm just letting you know how things are.
They are going to be very hot.
They are already hot in the region. This is where we are, isn't it, Prof?
That's true. That's true.
It is.
Yes.
Before we do get there, though, how about we welcome you to the show with today's proverb, right?
Yeah.
This proverb is from the Lusophone country of Mozambique, right? And this morning, the Mozambicans say a very interesting thing, that fire devours the grass, but not the root. Fire devours the grass, but not the root. Your take on that?
Wow. Well, I'm imagining that there is no ultimate victor. At some stage, you have to give ground, because I think we are more or less saying that unless you're divine, you can't deal with everything.
This is true.
However powerful you are, at some stage you get your checkmate. Yeah.
At some point you have to find it. We're looking at issues to do with what is happening in the region. We look at East Africa specifically, of course, and what we're calling transnational repression in East Africa. That there looks to be a state of repression in Kenya, and it's very glaringly so, whereby it would appear as though you say a thing or another, where I do believe that Kenya has a certain element of freedom of speech and expression. Because if we were to compare to other jurisdictions on this continent, it is not that easy. You would not be able to take a walk in the street after saying something in a particular nature. However, there is the general view that there is some punishment for the expression of these views, and then it could be seen as repression. And it seems to have bitten in other nations in the community as well. Or it was resident in those, and Kenya's the one who caught the flu. So what are we looking at? And there are certain events that point to this, of course. Whether we're looking at the whole, month-long conflict that happened in Kenya during the finance bill protests, or if you want to look at what we most recently have been privy to, what has happened in Tanzania and what continues to happen. What are we looking at when we say there's transnational repression?
Let me start, because you've raised quite a number of issues that would be very important for the listeners, and that they would only be good to give them a more broad brush than very, very concrete. Not because I fear that the devil is in the details, but the fact that we would run out of time. But there's very, very important issues to observe as to why we find ourselves in this situation as Kenyans. Obviously, when the new government came to power, and I'm saying this for the 100th time, this is not new, we did not respect what makes us. And what makes us is meritocracy, because we are a nation that is scarce of resources of all kinds. And the only thing we can do is to be just and fair and following a system of merit, a merit-based society. That's what we ought to be. Now, our foreign policy is on the ropes because we messed up from the beginning. I just look at where, my friend, I say my friend because he is Chief Minister Mudavadi, and I wonder whether there's any advisor in this government. That government, and it is government 101, is that there is home affairs and there is foreign affairs. And those two dockets require very specialized skills, for some lifetime training in order to be, exquisite in terms of your skills. Here we are in a country where we have merged the two, home affairs and internal affairs and foreign affairs. And two, when you go to foreign affairs, you'll have senior officers who have never even had a rent outside the country, or toured more than 10 countries, or they are competent in other areas other than what they are appointed to. Yeah. And there is something in English language called you are promoted into incompetence. Not because somebody does not wish you well, but where you have been taken, you can only prove to be incompetent because you have no competence for that area. So very good, gifted Kenyans with a great talent are basically in dockets which they have no clue what transpires there. Yet, they are expert, well-known, respected expert in other areas. So this is where we find ourselves in Sudan. We're the same country that brokered the worst conflict in the region in Sudan and gave birth to a new nation called South Sudan. What happened to us? That we now find ourselves in the situation we are. Jomo Kenyatta in 1960, an old man, got into the plane, and I imagine the kind of planes we had in the 60s, to go and broker the peace between Kasavumbu and Patrice Lumumba. And when he could not travel more, they came here to find and see, or their officers came here to find and see. So we are a respected legion of power. Not because we have the strongest military in Africa, but because we have the strongest force, the moral force, what you can call soft power. We have been the largest moral force. So when we mix the two in terms of our respect, then we put our foreign policy together. We tap into our moral force and we put the best and the abreast of our people to positions of authority. Is that what we're doing? No. That is not a criticism. It's not fair criticism. As a citizen of Kenya, I have the responsibility, who is educated to the level that God has enabled us to be there, I have a moral duty to tell the government, Mudavadi is, to all intents and purposes, our prime minister. He has no business being a minister for foreign affairs. You get to appoint a minister for foreign affairs, and two, the whole bureaucracy of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs need to be equipped with the people who would understand the sensitivities. Diplomacy is a game where you tell somebody to go to hell and they look forward to the trip and even remind you, when are we going to hell? Because you put it in a diplomatic way. That's the whole essence of diplomacy, Yeah. So and to be that, to be a Munyongwayaki, an Ongeri, and all those people who have manned our docket, it takes time. It takes time also to make networks on the continent and internationally, regionally. That's why we find ourselves that our own respected people. Mother Karua is not your ordinary, woman in the street. And forget my arrogance. She's not. She was a presidential candidate at one point.
She was a minister for justice and
she was minister for justice and minister for water. She's an exquisite lawyer, and here we are. She was a deputy, a running mate for a president who almost became president, and she's still strong. How can a country with which we have signed all manner of protocols of cooperation, including no passports? I travel on an Eastern African passport myself, and for the last five or so years, it is written East Africa, but issued by Nairobi. That's it. So what does that mean? Somebody in that foreign office docket should have raised a finger and said, or made a call and said, we are talking to Tanzania. Don't tell us what you are doing. It's your business. But we are talking to Tanzania on this particular issue.
So is there a faux pas that has occurred here by nature of the expression of what we've seen? And is it that, obviously, if you sit at the hem of Mofa, the sentiments, the expression that you make, the things that you say, then would seem to carry the day for the country. Can we separate the words from the operation of foreign policy and diplomacy? Can we?
First and foremost, the good thing with the diplomacy and why it is called diplomacy is that when people are at war, you are still talking like there's no war. Because somebody has to give people hope. Somebody has to open the space for that negotiation or for that goodwill. And that is the role of diplomats. And, that's why elders, Mandelas and others, become, or Jimmy Carter becomes, the quintessential diplomats. Because over and above their moral force, they are also able to be respected by countries, and they can say things that others cannot say in a certain way and be respected. So the whole idea of foreign policy, that bureaucracy or that architecture, is something that is very, very deliberate. And you train your diplomats and even take them to countries that have, qualified or that are reputed to have the best, so that you have your best.
Did something wrong happen? I'm sorry. But I read some commentary yesterday, the day before, and that it says that we're making a hullabaloo out of really nothing, that there is no diplomatic tiff, there is nobody's quarreling with anybody else, that diplomatic relations are still intact. And that we're just making a mountain out of a molehill. We can say that there was a problem with the negotiations for DR Congo. We can say that there was a problem with allowing RSF to come and set up a parallel government here. We can say that maybe we blundered by, sending an envoy to Sudan and things like that. But here with Tanzania, not really. It's just a bump in the road and we're past it. Can we say that?
It's when a neighbor misbehaves. We as members of the public can tweet about that and say anything about that. It's within our domain because we are just public. That's who we are. That's it. But the government need to give a signal that it is willing, ready and able to defend its citizens. And that's where you start with your diplomacy and say, we regret the event. We are talking with the Tanzania, and I'm sure we are going to get this done. What is this? Let's just forget about who Mother Karua is, forget about who William Mutunga is, forget about who all these are. But look at Mother Karua, for example. If she gets herself a job as a Kenyan to work abroad in the neighboring two countries, where she's hired as a lawyer because she's a qualified lawyer, even the Tanzanians agreed as such. When the deputy person was talking, said that this is a very, very accomplished lawyer. If to decide that my lawyer is going to be mother, the big question we're asking at the regional level is, will I be able to go and defend that kind of a person? We have had Cecil Mira and all other big dignitaries, if you remember the Jojo and Okari. We had all foreign lawyers, some from Ghana, others from wherever. We didn't deport them. They came and defended Jonjo, and the government put its team together to basically, try him. And therefore, the big question is, should mother or anybody else be sent back home like a criminal who doesn't deserve to enter Tanzania, and a presidential statement verifying her, and as a party statement verifying her, just because she's offering her services to a citizen of East Africa, and she herself carries a passport of East Africa? Can't Mama Suluhu just understand that? Is that so complicated? Is it nuclear sand that she cannot understand that Mother Karua bears the passport of East Africa? That I bear a passport of East Africa?
But let me counter this argument from this direction. From her statement, just listening to her, there's the element of listening to what she's saying. She's not saying in what she's saying.
Yes.
And she almost alluded to the fact that these people, quote unquote, have been managed in their own country. They can't bring their business and drama to our country. All right? Which seems to be, they already have a brief of what's currently going on in Kenya. Of course, the embassies, they have intelligence officers who follow what's going on, and they brief, they will brief the president back there. My question is, with all this, it almost seems to look like they're obviously taking a stand, having known that at the moment Kenya lacks a core foreign policy identity.
Well, I see where you're coming from, and I think it's a very, very legitimate question. But this is the issue. Mother went to Uganda the day after, the day after she was sent back home to Kenya. And the case in Uganda is even worse because the man was extradited from here.
Yes.
I'm talking about Kisabisije. And mother went to the prison, did what she needed to do as a lawyer, and finished what she needed to do, and came back home yesterday evening. Which Kenyan know that mother was in Uganda representing Bisije? So Tanzania is where we were as Kenyans in 1992. That's where Tanzania is. And we need to sympathize with our neighbors. And I'm serious about this. I'm very serious. If I was invited to have a conversation with Mama, I would tell her, we had Moi in 1992 telling us that the moment we go to multi-party or we allow this multi-party, the country is going to disintegrate. That's fear-mongering. Kenya might be where we are. I am now talking about my brother, His Excellency William Ruto, in the open manner that I'm talking, aware that he or his people are listening, and we have mutual respect. That's what democracy is about. There is absolutely nothing with Kenya. Kenyans are saying, we are waiting for you, William Ruto, to vote you in and out. And William Ruto's supporters are saying, I am not that pushover, mtaniona. So we are committed to a democracy. Right? Yes, there are now these things that are beginning to become excess, and I'm sure we are going to talk about them.
Right.
Now, why our democracy is now beginning to go amok. And we have to talk about these things. But fundamentally, I am seated here, you are seated here, because we believe that we hold a common value. And that value is democracy. And democracy is about peace. That's it. So the moment you go beyond peace, and look at it, in Kenya, you arrest Natembea, you put him there, but you give him a bond. That's okay. We agree with that. If the state thinks that he's on the wrong or he uttered statements that are not good, we know even our opposition leaders sometimes are going excess and putting Mana in a different way. Again, talking about diplomacy, going to hell and looking forward to the trip. Even our politicians need perhaps on both sides of the aisle need to master the language of, you don't pronounce the ultimate, that I'm going to bring thunder and limestone to upon you. You don't do that. So you keep it calm. We are in a democracy, and Wanjiru will decide at the end of the day. So Kenya and Tanzania are like heaven and earth.
Who's heaven?
No, I'm telling you.
Yeah.
We have come over the 20 years. I mean, how many people have died in this country for us to be where we are? That whether you like it or don't like it, when William Ruto and his deputy fell out, Ruto did not do other things. He went to our institutions. Is that not what we're asking? Strengthen our institutions, let them do their job. Now it's upon us, because democracy is always work in progress, to judge the justice, the fairness, and the transparency of our institutions, and possibly where they go wrong. Remember, these were not, AI manipulated, robots.
This is real life.
This was real life, and these people are in parliament and they are voting, and they are voting as you watch, and you know who voted where and where. So that's what democracy is about. In Tanzania, this is different. Why? We know what is the problem with South Sudan, for example. It is because the Liberation Party did not transform or translate into a governing party. That's a problem. And the problem is that the ruling party in South Sudan is trapped in that particular situation where we have left the trenches of liberation. We are now in the trenches of governance, but you are afraid to enter the trenches of governance. You hang there. What is the problem with the Sudan? The problem with the Sudan is that there was a dictator, and the military did not agree with him. But the military itself was a creature of that dictator. So we have two forces. The Jeshi la Mzee on the one hand, and the former army, right? The Jeshi la Mzee has been written into the constitution. Now, what is the African position? The African position is we need a civilian government, right? And they bring Abdallah Hamdok as a civilian prime minister to head the government. Then the military come and topple him, right? And then there is no command between the military and the Jeshi la Mzee. And now the Arabs, the United Arab Emirates and others, in their wars in Yemen, had equipped this Jeshi la Mzee with the most sophisticated technology, including, what call this, flying objects. It is the most equipped too, because they needed a large army from Africa. They created the largest militia. So RPF emerges as larger than the military, more equipped and more battle hardened. Yet they're not the military. So what happens? We have a crisis there. Can't Kenya's foreign policy advise the government that Sudan is a very complex problem, and that you cannot think that you are mediating between the military and the Jeshi la Mzee, because after you finish that, how are you going to bring the civilian? You need a more sophisticated approach, and that approach can only come from a sober Kenya that has the best and the ablest of its men and women in positions of authority.
Prof, is it a question of incompetence? Because you've been around these corridors and you've met these individuals, when a government takes over power,
yes,
the assumption is, because we borrow a lot of our systems from developed countries, the assumption here is, for example, the Foreign Affairs Ministry, the incoming government receives a briefing. These are the foreign policies, and this is how we relate with this country A, country B, country C. So there are certain things you just can't cross, because these relations are built over time. Now, is it a question that these things do not happen in the Kenyan context, where an incoming government does not receive any briefing, so everybody vacates, the new government officials come in, the person who's going to be the CS comes in, they do the things the way they want to do? Or is it a question of having incompetent individuals or persons in those positions who don't articulate or don't know how to articulate our foreign policy?
What you're asking is true. I've studied the Kenyatta government, Jomo Kenyatta, studied the Moi government, I've studied the Kibaki government and Uhuru government very clearly. And in all these cases, there has been variations, but they follow each other. Okay. Why? Because it's about our national interest. That's our true north. Our national interest.
Always.
But when you subordinate foreign policy to individual interest, then we have a problem here. If you subordinate the foreign policy to the whims of your party alone, That's why we have a foreign policy bureaucracy. You can put a person on the top. That's what we're talking about, the people on the top, the managers of our foreign policy. But we have all the time being guided by our national interest. That's why Ethiopia to the north of us, I mean, it's a very good example of how a country can follow its national interest carefree. Ethiopia to the north, whether they have a monarch, whether they have a communist in power, or they have an insurgent like Meles Zenawi, they are our friends. Right? Because our national interest is that we have stability in the region, and the ally we chose was that. So over the last 60 years, we have transacted with a monarch, we have transacted with a communist, and we are the only known capitalist or market country in this region, and we have transacted with an insurgent. If Meles, because that's what Meles used to be.
All within the country of Ethiopia.
Yeah, this is Ethiopia because that's in our national interest. Now, we went to Sudan to mediate, and our interests are who we are. And ultimately, together with our neighbors and everybody, we managed to broker that deal the way it ought to have been brokered. We can never find peace with the people who think that others are slaves and others are chattel for their own business. You can only separate the two for these to look for their own freedom. And we sought for freedom in South Sudan. We didn't break any bone. Why? Because we had people at the foreign policy bureaucracy, people who were drawn by Mzee Moi and later on, others, Kibaki, and put into this business. They babysitted. That's where Kalonzo Musyoka broke his teeth as an international diplomat. And he did a wonderful job like everybody else. So the point is, and this is what Lee Kuan Yew tells us, why a small island, which would qualify to be a big port, is now one of the most developed, most advanced, and most progressive country. I'm talking about Singapore.
Yeah.
He said, we are who we are because we put our best and our ablest to positions of authority. There is no alternative to that. You cannot become a superpower when you have crooks, cranks, and charlatans in your place.
I want us to take a break. I want
Prof to answer me directly.
Dennis,
so is Mudavadi incompetent?
Dennis, I want us to take a break, please,
Dennis,
because I will be at the break, and then we will come back, and then we can allow everything to happen. And I know that there are many things that need to come out through here, so let's just do that. We're having a conversation this morning easily about East Africa transnational repression is what we're looking at here. And Prof Kagwanja said, you know what, mirroring or echoing the words of others, you cannot expect that you will see the best if you don't put the best in. Isn't it? That's what we're looking at. And as you do that and take your break and do your shopping, Naivas Kikapu Kibonge is what we're asking you to remember this morning. Looking for value that stretches your shilling? Let Naivas be your home of deals. At Naivas, we know shopping isn't just about ticking off a list. It's about the experience. And that's why your Kikapu Kibonge is more than just a shopping basket. It's big, it's bountiful, and guess what? It never gets full. With unbeatable promotions, exclusive discounts, and everyday low prices, you just keep adding more and still spend less. So from farm fresh ingredients to those little household must-haves, everything you need is waiting at your nearest Naivas Kiloko. So come fill your Kikapu with value, variety, and the warmth of a true Kenyan shopping experience. Karibu Naivas, the home of deals.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
Hey, Mambo Vipi Nairobi. Is your shilling feeling a bit stretched? Looking for value that really makes a difference?
Then it's time to discover the Kikapu Kibonge at Naivas, your true home of deals.
That's right. At Naivas, your Kikapu Kibonge is more than just a shopping basket. It's massive, it's bountiful, and the best part, high jai.
With unbeatable promotions, exclusive discounts, and everyday low prices at Naivas, you just keep adding more farm fresh ingredients to those little household must-haves.
Na bado hutumii pesa mob.
So what are you waiting for? Come on down and fill your kikapu kibonge. Karibu Naivas, the real home of deals.
Visit your nearest Naivas store today or shop from the comfort of your home at naivas.online.co.ke. Naivas, your home of deals. Naivas kikapu kibonge. Naivas saves you money.
In a world where change is constant, there is something comforting about stability. One that has inspired I&M Bank's growth in Kenya, Mauritius, Tanzania, Rwanda, and Uganda. We celebrate the lives impacted, dreams realized, and futures secured through our financing solutions. This milestone is a testament to the power of relationships, integrity, and commitment. I&M Bank, on your side.
I&M, the future.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
This morning, and we're in the room with Professor Peter Kagwanja. We're having this conversation around the region, and before we went, everybody wanted to do something, say something.
Yeah, I wanted to one acknowledge.
Okay.
I'd asked Prof a question, but I feel he's cut it around the issue. My question was, and maybe let me be direct, is Mudavadi incompetent as in the position he's holding, or is he acting on orders from above?
Well, in professional matters, you don't work from order. It's like a surgeon. Nobody will tell you where to cut. You are the one who is trained to know where to cut and where not to. So, my understanding of the art of professionalism is that you are the one who knows. When I go to class to teach at the university or wherever else I go, I prepare my notes and I'm looking at the minds that I'm going to talk to. If I'm going to teach a Standard 1 class, about critical thinking, I'm not going to come with those heavy things that come from there because I know which tools to choose.
You know who your audience is.
Yeah, because I am the professional. So the question would be, am I a professional? And is Mudavadi a professional foreign minister or somebody who has been to that docket? No. Can he run the foreign ministry? Yes, he can, but not himself. Because to my understanding of this constitution and the maneuvering by our politicians in order to have their interest and our loyalties taken care of, we have maneuvered to have a chief cabinet secretary, which in simple language is a prime minister. Yeah, the minister on top of other ministers, the minister who look into the affair of government to help President William Ruto function at the head of state, because the day-to-day nitty-gritties of cabinet are looked into. How can you be foreign minister and you are also the cabinet minister in a country of 50 million people and with 3,500 people in Muranga with degrees and no jobs, languishing in villages? Are we building the nation or we are dismantling the nation? What are we doing? So you are occupying two jobs. And the principle of the new constitution, Wanjiru, you know this, when we were doing it, the principle of this constitution is that no Kenyan hold two paying jobs because we don't have job for others. That's why the ministers stand alone and the parliamentarians stand alone. I grew knowing Michuki as a minister for interior those days with internal security, and knowing him as my MP in Kangema. We grew knowing Mzee Kenyatta as MP for Gatundu and the President of the Republic of Kenya. We dismantled that. William Ruto is not the MP for Eldoret North. He's not. Or he's not an MP in Uasin. Why? It was by design. Why is Mudavadi holding two positions? That of foreign minister and that of prime minister. Why?
Prof, can I, Prof, if I can answer that and then I'll ask my question. And I'll quote you because you, in your article on Sunday, you talked about a mongrel government.
Yes.
That is going towards authoritarian and that is advancing an authoritarian and extortionist political party system.
Yep.
That is exercising a subtle form of authoritarianism in the country.
Mm-hmm.
And you said many other things.
Yep.
And of course, I think you're speaking in very diplomatic language. This is a master class. I hope they're listening. They actually should be sending something to your pay bill.
Maybe I'll get something in my account.
Maybe. But I think when you're talking about national interest, and you've said it very clearly, that our foreign policy is being driven by something other than national interest, some selfish personal interest, and it's not making sense. It's a little bit like we are watching what's happening in America, and we are seeing the reliability and the trust that was afforded the Americans in terms of being a good world neighbor is now gone.
Yep.
And people are wondering how to respond to this. Similar to Kenya. Kenya has been that trusted leader in, like you said, we are not the best resourced state, but we've been a consistent, impartial leader showing that moral authority. Now that we are playing in, sometimes it seems mercenary, other times, like you said, it seems incompetent. In Tanzania, it's very hard to understand the actions of President Suluhu, because Tanzania has a history of actually supporting liberation movements. That's where they come from. And these are eminent Africans, eminent Kenyans who are shepherded out and humiliated. So it's not even So where are we going? What do you see playing out at the East Africa level? Are we seeing a kind of collusion to subvert the principles of the East African community? Is this... are you seeing that the current leadership is so afraid of the ground that they would rather bring down the charter and undermine it for the preservation of their interests at the country level? Yeah.
Interesting question, because we have two issues here. We have Kenya and where we are going. And I think I wrote that on Sunday and said our problem in Kenya is the party system, because it's the party system that's bringing back authoritarianism. Our constitution is intact, but we are spending too much time in court defending things we don't have to be defending, because they're supposed to be automatic, just like the sunshine will come tomorrow and so on. So there are too many crowds preventing us from enjoying the sun, and that's a problem with Kenya. And I fingered out one, the party system. And this is not about President William Ruto's UDA or Kenya Kwanza. It is even worse in the opposition. Because if you are not towing the line in Nyanza, the consequences will be more dire than those of the state. At least President William Ruto and his men will arrest you. But in the village, they send goons or gunmen. So this is essentially what we're talking about. And I think it's a place we need to look into as experts, as advocates. We really need to look at the future of our party system, because it's the party that's the custodian of our interests.
Right.
It is the school where we teach patriotism to our kids, and it is the place where the Gen Zs will go to be tooled into leaders of tomorrow.
Indeed.
That's the nature of the party system. So the problem with Kenya's totalitarianism via the party. And two, the imagination of our communities, ethnic communities, as chattels of commodities of trade, where you put them in one basket called the party and hook them. And then therefore, here in Kenya, we have an imagination of the, what do they call that, Friday, where we would sell slaves in America.
Yeah,
Black Friday, where we used to sell our slaves in the United States. So then somebody comes and asks Kalonzo Musyoka, I will never forget this. Kalonzo, you're asking to be deputy president. What are you bringing onto the table? And what is he asking Kalonzo? Should Kalonzo multiply the Kambas so that there are as many as the Kikuyus overnight, so that he can deserve to be the deputy president or vice president of the land? That was the most obnoxious question that ever came to my mind. And it's the one that gave birth to that article, that don't treat us like we are on that Black Friday where you are marketing us like horses and looking at our teeth, whether they are straight, sharp, or they are not silvery, or they have gap or whatever. Treat us as citizens of the Republic of Kenya, and people who have voting cards and the right by constitution to vote, irrespective of which community we come from. But the moment you organize political, the logic of a political organization is that of putting people into the basket and then hooking them at the end of the time for your own power. I find that very obnoxious.
While those things are happening in the country, while those things are happening in the country, I don't think we can run away from what the perception is outside the country. And some of these things were very clear in the expression of President Samia Suluhu, that she essentially said, and I think Denis gave the translation directly from Kiswahili, that we can see what has happened in Kenya. Don't essentially bring that mess here.
I understand. That's where I was coming now after dealing with the Kenyan problem. And I say what the Kenyan problem is. It's very unique. But that does not mean we are not a democrat. We are democracy. Because we are here this morning defending our democracy. That's why I woke up in the morning to work for Kenya and defend our democracy. You can do whatever you want to do with us, but we'll speak because we bought the right to speak. That's it. Now, in Tanzania, let me go back. I said Tanzania is in 1991-1993 period in our government, where you think that you are the island of peace, in a sea of turbulence. That's Mzemwe. And that you think you are the prince or the princess of peace. And therefore you can talk others down. Kenya is not in the same league with Tanzania. Tanzania is stuck in the politics of the 60s. With one party that tell people when to jump and when to squat. And what we have a problem. We have a problem. Namibia has a liberation party, but it's not behaving like that.
I need to be very clear. What was the zeitgeist in that time when we were saying we're stuck in the 60s? What was happening at that time that would say that's why Tanzania is still in the 1990s?
In the 60s, and I tried to explain it on Sunday, we had this concept called the mass party. And the concept of mass party, Jomo Kenyatta would explain it as, I remember his statement was so eloquent and so well articulated. He said, my people, I have been to the east and have been to the west. Democracies are as old as the hills. The newest thing in our lives is the mass party, where opposition and government sit in the government. Everybody, in other words, we oppose. Well, I can understand philosophically as an anthropologist. Jomo Kenyatta was speaking to our own culture, our philosophical foundations, the Ubuntu, as we talk about it. That we sit under a tree, talk and talk and talk until we agree. The Greek kind of democracy. That's what Kenyatta was speaking to. And he was right, because that's who we are. However we want to look at ourselves, opposition is always not sitting in very well, because we would like to talk the opposition into agreeing, and therefore we move together. But if we don't agree, then there must be the opposition. That's the logic. In Tanzania, they are stuck in that model. But there was a difference here. The person of Nyerere was very pragmatic, very flexible. And he understood that the ultimate thing for the African people is freedom. It is not the party structures. And it's freedom from political oppression and so on. And therefore, he welcomed the Black Panther when they were oppressed in the United States. And the leadership of Black Panther lived in South Africa, in Tanzania for the years. He welcomed all the big minds that could not fit into the islands of East Indies. Walter Rodney and others. They came and lived in Tanzania and actually taught there. He welcomed Kenyan labors. I know if you ask Makamutua where he passed from, he passed through Tanzania to go to exile. Whenever we had our mess here and want to seek a country of refuge, we all went to Tanzania, including the coup makers of 1982. They went there. The students who were accused by government of supporting the military actually went through Tanzania and so on. So Tanzania has been the haven under Nyerere. it became heaven after Mwinyi and Mkapa, because they kept that tradition. And within Tanzania, they also allowed space for people to expand. And we ourselves admired them because they had mobilized their ethnicity. No, I mean, you know, if you ask me what Magufuli tribe was, I'll tell you he was. It was, you know, if you ask Mama Suluhu who tribe to see this. But in Tanzania, the tribe is not as important because it has not been brought into the political equation. What they have brought into the political equation is the party. Now, the successors of Mkapa, Mwinyi, and Jakaya Kikwete, authoritarianism started with the Jakaya Slightly, but Jakaya was still in that old Nyererian tradition.
Of socialism.
Nyererian tradition of tolerance. Tolerance. So the opposition thrived under Mkapa, the opposition in Tanzania thrived under Mwinyi, and Jakaya Kikwete started now cramming on it. The person who came hard on is Magufuli, the late. And now Mama Suluhu is seeking re-election and therefore does not want to see any opposition anywhere. This is the problem. And the best heir to Nyerere in East Africa is Yoweri Museveni. He has also taken to the Magufuli culture of you will be elected in a democracy, but you want to break the limbs of your opponent. So that by the time he's coming to the ring, he's limping his way through and you are sprinting your way through. This is the logic of Suluhu. So when she says that Kenya tumepoteza, we are whatever, she's simply arrogant. Kenya is 20 years older than Tanzania in politics. Because I can tell President Ruto something and he'll take his cup of tea and go on. Now this is not Suluhu. You say that and all the party goons and everybody are on you. Now, imagine this is a government that want to assassinate the leader of opposition. So at least we can tell her if she's harmed in Tanzania, she can come to Kenya for treatment. Because all the people who don't get it well in Tanzania.
Come here.
Now, in Zanzibar, if we're talking about Zanzibar, Zanzibar is basically, a volcano waiting to erupt. And it has been like that. I was an expert when the Tanzanians were discussing their constitution in 2015, and we wrote a book on it, as 100 scholars. We wrote a book on that. And I spoke to the party. And we were talking about what Kenya has achieved and how we can help Tanzania get that. And now the ticket and everything and upkeep was paid by the government of Tanzania. Therefore, they do admit that we have made reaps. I'm saying this for Wanjiru, because you might think the statements like those ones from Tanzania might make you feel small, like you have not achieved anything. No, we have achieved a lot. The point is, we are aiming higher. We want William Ruto to be the best leader that the world has produced. And we're asking, we can help you. But if he doesn't want to be helped by Kenyans and want to do his own thing, we'll also tell him that Kenya is not a one-man show. It's our show. And that is what democracy is essentially about. It's not about abusing somebody. That's why I'm saying I don't agree with the rhetoric that is beginning to get into our social media and also our public. We need to have hygiene in our public discourse.
Nice.
Because we need to know what we are achieving. It is not making Ruto angry. It is not making him bitter. It's about getting him to change and to understand who we are. Maybe he does not understand that perspective because of where he comes from. So language here matters. That's why I say, like, for example, I'm telling Mudavadi, he's a very competent person. I've known him all the days of my life, from the university days to today. He's a very competent person. But you can be promoted into incompetence. Being promoted into incompetence is being put in a place where you are not working to your optimum. To your utmost.
Prof, the treatment or the mistreatment of Martha Karua, Dr. William Tunga, what does it say in terms of how we treat our eminent persons? What does it say for intellectualism under this kind of thinking that we are seeing with William Ruto and Madam Suluhu?
We need to to look into the East African Charter, and that's why I'm finding difficulty with the silence of the Kenyan government on this, because we are the authors and actually the sponsors of the East African community. Tanzania has no business with the East African community. It's a comfortable member of SADC. Yeah, it's a comfortable member of SADC. Therefore, it is us who have to keep on pulling it. That's why Uganda has no problem with Mother Karua going to preside of the of BCG. But these others think differently. And that attitude you see in Tanzania is the same attitude you are seeing in South Africa, where you will do with Julius Marema, you'll do away with Jacob Zuma, and then you dismantle the founding party of the country and go to bed with the apartheid, the architects of apartheid, thinking that you are making a country. No, so that is the kind of thing you're seeing projected here. It is the same attitude you found in Botswana with the former leaders, that you can push the leader of opposition to exile in South Africa. Now the Botswana people have made their choices. Now they have a leader they are happy with. But they have gone through a very difficult time. It's the same situation you find in Zimbabwe. You want to constrain the opposition, the leadership, rather than talk to them and defeat them at the battle of politics. You want to beat them at the battle of violence. Now that can't win. And that's why I'm saying Namibia is a model country. Because whatever you're doing, they talk. And they can produce a male leader, a female leader, a young leader, a grown-up leader. Every Namibian is eligible. And every ambition in Namibia is legitimate. Now here in Tanzania, your ambition to be president is not legitimate. You will either be shot or you languish in jail. And no people from either Tanzania or outside. If they are chasing Mother Karua and William Mutunga, can you begin to imagine what is happening to the Tanzanians themselves? The Kabudis and others who want to defend Lissu.
Final question.
Spice up. You're going to that country and what your business is there, but the government, and in this case I'm referring to the Kenyan government, informs the Tanzanian government, you have these fellows coming into your country, stop them. Could it be that case as well?
No.
Because we could be talking about Samia Suluhu stopping and making those remarks, but he is also backed up by the Kenyan government, perhaps.
Well, I don't want to speculate online, but we can have this conversation. The truth I know is that they don't like Mother Karua because she also has friends. Her People's Liberation Party, to which I belong, by the way. Her People's Liberation Party has partnerships with the civil society organizations and with political parties in Tanzania. The same with Uganda. And there's no problem with the parties aligning. That's actually what is required. But either way, I think the idea that Suluhu is trying to save Tanzania from a Kenya that is collapsing, I think that's very condescending.
Of course,
it is also very arrogant. And I thought that at that point, Mudavadi should have talked. I thought at that point, Ruto would have talked and said, my country is okay. Because in all the cases we are seeing, when the Gen Zs are abducted, we speak in public and Ruto says, no, we will not see this happening again. So we have a conversation here.
Indeed. Look, these are conversations, and I think I do agree, masterclass, front and center of some of the things that we should learn, and that there is a model that can be followed. That's what models do. And it'll be interesting to see how things unfold, because they will unfold, whether we like it or not. Professor Peter Kagwanja, thank you so much for being here this morning. Always a pleasure. And thanks for keeping these conversations front and center as we must. Wanjiru, been a sport as always. Denis, well done. Thank you very much for being here this morning. This is the Situation Room at 2 minutes past 10.
Oh, thank you.
Good morning, this is the Newswire. I'm Edwin Lisamira. President William Ruto has defended his administration's decision to lease